This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Few things excite high school football fans in North Texas like the sound of Trinity playing Carroll. Tonight, the fourth time in their illustrious history that these two teams have squared off, and each time it has been a thing of beauty. Of course, the rivalry all began back in 2006 at venerable Old Texas Stadium in front of over 46,000 fans. An unbelievable ball game. The two defending state champions, Trinity, the Class 5A Division I champs from 2005, Carroll, the Division II winners of a year ago. And when they faced off, it's a game of legends. Everybody says they were there or in line to get into the stadium. But everybody remembers the fake punt that was not converted, and the Carroll Dragons driving half the length of the field and taking the lead in the final 30 seconds of the contest. Fast forward to 2012, another playoff heartbreaking defeat, but played at the Trojans' pace, in which Carroll won by a score of 17-6. Last year, the first time the Trojans got the upper hand in 3 innings, a 42-38 memorable contest at AT&T Stadium. Tonight, it's the fourth installment, Trinity, Carroll, and it's coming your way next on Champion Sports Radio. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to Dragon Stadium in Southlake, Texas for tonight's state-ranked showdown between the third-ranked team in Texas, the Carroll Dragons, and the fourth-ranked team in the state, your Trinity Trojans. Thomas Lee here with you, as we are enjoying a beautiful night outside here at Dragon Stadium and ready for a titanic showdown of monumental proportions. And that's what happens when the Dragons and the Trojans square off. Time to bring in your color analyst and partner. You and I have been there, either one of us or both of us, for all three games in this series, and every single one has so many memorable plays and players in it, and games that we still talk about to this day.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. All eyes in the state are on this particular game when these two teams get together, whether it's during the regular season, whether it's in the playoffs, it doesn't matter. It doesn't get any better than the rich tradition programs that we have going toe-to-toe tonight.
New names, some new faces in this rivalry, more so for the Carroll Dragons, is the only man, well, there are two guys back on the offensive side of the ball from that great Trinity win of the postseason last year. Ryan Agnew, the senior quarterback, is back. Very dangerous, both with his feet and with his arm. He comes in the 13th ranked passer in North Texas. He also has one offensive lineman, just one. Grant Stewart moves over from right tackle to center. So those two seniors, the only ones who are back from the Trojan win from a year ago on the offensive side of the ball for Carroll. How much of an impact do you think that's going to have in the ball game?
I think it's huge because, don't get me wrong, Carroll has played some fantastic teams. Abilene's tough, Coppell's tough. I mean, you go all the way back to the first week of the season, and they played Westlake, which is a storied program. So it's not like they've played any slouches. Trinity is very good up front defensively, though. That's going to create problems, I think. The O-line for the Dragons hasn't seen anything like Trinity's defensive line. So, yeah, your answer to your question, I think that's going to be trouble tonight.
Both the Trojans and the Carroll Dragons have a lot of difficulty trying to schedule non-district opponents. Heck, who wants to face these two teams who have combined for 8 state championships in the last dozen years. So as you look up and down, you say, oh my gosh, they played Rockwall Heath, Lancaster, Galena Park, North Shore, Eastern Christian Academy out of Maryland. That's what the Trojans had in non-district. Meanwhile, Carroll, Austin Westlake, Tulsa Union, Midland Lee, Abilene, all teams that have won state championships in the last 17 years. They're both battle-tested coming into what is the best district both of these two teams have seen in probably a decade.
Yeah, and that's the sad part about this game is that one of these two teams has to walk away with their first loss of the season when both teams have played phenomenally throughout 2014. So they're both very talented. They're both well-coached. Can't tell you the great job Hal Wasson has done taking over for Todd Dodge of this program. He hasn't skipped a beat. Steve Lineweaver, we know his success. He's an unbelievable head coach.
Coach Lineweaver, in his 15th year as the head coach of the Trojans, 171 victories, just 27 defeats. And as you'll hear coming up in the pregame interview with Coach Lineweaver, you got to go all the way back some almost, 20 years when Coach Lineweaver wore the Carroll green as both a varsity assistant coach and the head coach of the Dragon baseball team. And you'll hear him talk about starting the tradition. He was part of that. This is the first time that he has played Carroll here at Dragon Stadium in his coaching history. This has got to be a special night for him.
Oh, absolutely, it does. And he thinks back to those moments when he was a part of this baseball program at Carroll. But at the same time, Coach Lineweaver, that's what makes these two teams so similar. It's year after year of success, and that is because of what Steve Lineweaver does for this program. So, yeah, I think he's feeling it tonight, even in the pregame as he's down on the field. He's just soaking it all up, saying, hey, this is going to be one heck of a football game, and I'm ready for it.
Well, one person who is going to have himself a busy night is our own statistician and color analyst extraordinaire, the Dr. Alex Sterling. And, Doc, last year, I know you remember, I think your ham's probably still cramping, the 1,100 yards of total offense that these two teams combined for, and it was so even. It was just 3 yards separating what the Dragons put up in that Titanic Regional Showdown and what the Trinity Trojans put up, and that call came down to a turnover late in the fourth quarter.
What made that game amazing was the different styles of offense. Trinity had over 400 yards rushing in that game, while Carroll threw the ball all over the field and then threw it and still had a decent rushing attack as well. So different contrasting styles between these two teams. Now this year, Carroll's more of a balanced attack with the running of Agnew and Humphrey, the dynamic tailback. So we may show a little more balance this year from Southlake versus flinging it around the yard.
Good luck tonight, buddy. That's all I got to say. That pencil is going to be reloaded with lead probably 3 or 4 times before we get done with this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. We continue on with the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show coming up. We have the starting lineups. But before that, we've got interviews with both head coaches, two of the most storied high school coaches in the state of Texas. My pregame conversation with Hal Wasson is up first, followed by my weekly sit-down conversation with Steve Lineweaver, the head coach of the Trinity Trojans. All of that when we continue in a moment. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football live from Dragon Stadium on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShotboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShotboxDFW.com today. ShotboxDFW.com.
And welcome back here to Dragon Stadium. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Carroll Dragons, Hal Wasson. This is part of the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. And, Coach, great start to the season, 6-0. But looking through this week to week, was your goal in February to put together a schedule and face some of the most storied high school programs in and around the state of Texas? I mean, seriously, I know it's tough for a school like you to agree to get guys to play in non-district play. I mean, just like it is for Coach Lineweaver and Trinity, but you got to be impressed with how your team has fought through such a tough schedule with the likes of Westlake and Tulsa Union, Midland Lee, Abilene. You know, what do you think you guys learned, and more importantly, what did your kids learn by playing such competition?
Well, we learned to persevere, I'll tell you that. We've always thought you grow. One thing about adversity, you're going to grow or it's going to knock you down. And fortunately for us, the way our kids prepare, the way they go about their business, and they go in to win and be as good as they can be. I think it tells you about your leadership on your football team. You know, leadership's a learned behavior. We've got some great leaders on our team. And you're right, I think Coach Lineweaver and I both, we always see each other at the regional or whenever a new realignment comes around. And it's kind of funny. You feel like you have the plague. No one wants to visit with you about a game. So it is tough, but we have weathered some extremely tough competition, and no doubt about it. But the biggest roadblock that we've seen thus far will be tonight versus the Trinity Trojans.
It's so fun for both you guys and for the Trojans to get into a district to where you've got great ball games several weeks out of the year. This is a really tough district compared to what you two normally have had the last several years. Talk about how you think that might help prepare you for what both teams expect to be a long playoff run.
Well, you know, it's the way you get better is by playing really good people, and there's no doubt, you know, we've had our share of playing good folks, and Trinity's no stranger to that either. I think it's remarkable the success that both teams have been able to endure over the long haul, and there's been a lot of great players and a lot of great teams, a lot of great coaches that have come through over the last, 15 years or so at both programs. And to keep the flag still flying at a very successful rate, I think it's a tribute to all those that are involved, the communities, the schools, because it's really, really difficult to win a football game, much less have the success that both teams have enjoyed. And I know both Coach Lineweaver and I are both very honored to be part of these football programs and these unique situations to have such a remarkable run and to try to keep it going.
You guys this year have shown incredible balance on offense. Most people, when you think of the Carroll Dragons, you think of elite quarterbacks, of next-level wide receivers, footballs flying through the air. But, you know, you guys also are, you know, really focused on the ground game. In fact, this year you're averaging more rushing yards per game than passing yards. I know you've always had a commitment to the ground game, but is this part of a coaching staff adapting to the strengths of the team or trying to take advantage of what defenses are giving you? Maybe both.
I think it's both. We played a team a week ago that wanted to play us 5 in the box, sometimes have an overhang with 6. And, if you can't run the ball efficiently and effectively against that type of defense, then it's not going to be a good game for you. And, that's one of the things that we've got to negate when we play Trinity. If they're able to play us with 5, 6 in the box, and we're not, it's one thing to run the ball, it's another to be efficient in running the ball and be consistent in your efficiency. And if we're not able to do that, it's going to be a tough night for us because I know that, they can't prepare for us as far as the way we go about throwing the football, and just like we can't prepare for their size and their strength with their running game. So, we've got to take advantage of hopefully what they can give us. They've not been giving much up through the first 7 games, but we've got to be simply at our best to have a chance against this great football team tonight.
It's always a appointment viewing to get out and get a ticket and get into the stadium when you guys face off against Trinity. Last year's game was another one for the ages. Over 1,100 yards of offense combined, 553 for Trinity. You guys had 3 more yards at 556, but as you're talking about, achieved in totally different ways. They had nearly 450 yards on the ground. You had nearly 450 through the air. So is there anything from last year's Classic playoff showdown that helps you guys, coaching staff, the kids, prepare for tonight's game?
Well, it's a great question. We try to keep things as simple as possible. And football, to me, has always been a simple game. It's just really hard to play. Defensively, number one, we've got to line up right. And that seems pretty simple, but the way they get out of the huddle and with their overshifts and they're unbalanced and the multiplicity of their offense, it's easier said than done. So rule one is to line up. Number 2, we've got to be efficient in our tackling. They're going to force us. We know going in they're going to force our secondary to make tackles. That's what they're going to. And, a year ago, we didn't make tackles. We missed a lot. They ran through us, and I'll give them credit. But we weren't efficient in our tackling. And number 3, we got to minimize their big plays. Anytime you play a great team, they're going to get their share of plays, but we've got to really do a great job of minimizing those big plays. If they get several of those, it's going to be really hard on us. So 3 things that seem pretty simple, but it's going to be hard to do, and we've got to be up for the challenge to meet those expectations that we have.
It's going to be electric here tonight, Coach. I mean, you guys always have great home crowds, but I think tonight's truly going to be something special. At least take a few minutes and enjoy the moment throughout the ballgame. Best of luck tonight against Trinity.
Well, you know what? I chose several years ago to enjoy, and I've told our football players to take pleasure in this. Enjoy it. As you just mentioned, there aren't many high school football teams that are fortunate enough to play in the venue that we get to play in and play in this magnitude of game. So you doggone right, I'm going to enjoy it best I can.
That's Hal Watson, the head coach of the Carroll Dragons. Coach, thanks so much for the time. We'll talk to you later on in the game.
Thank you much. Have a good day.
Dragons head coach Hal Watson. Coming up next, we continue more with the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. My pregame conversation with Trinity Trojan head coach Steve Blindwhipper. That's when we continue a moment here from Dragon Stadium on Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you looking for a way to promote your business or increase exposure? Do you just need more people to know that you're there? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games to more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. Think about it. Die-hard fans just like you tune in each and every week, giving your business unparalleled access to the community. It's the perfect way for smaller individually owned businesses to cultivate a core clientele or expand their already loyal customer base. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
We continue on with the Whirly Ball HEB pregame show. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Trinity Trojans, Steve Lineweaver. And Coach, boy, last week was really a statement ball game by your club. Rivalry situation, emotions were high, but you guys came out and executed at a very high level. And in fact, about 2 seconds away from back-to-back-to-back shutouts to start out the district season. You've got to be proud of the way the kids, the effort they gave last week.
You know, since we're really pleased with the effort. We feel like we've got good defensive players with high energy, and they love to play the game, and that's a pretty good combination: talent, energy, and a passion for the game. And you know, I like to scroll down all the scores in the state and see if there's any shutouts anymore. And boy, I tell you, there's not very many, Thomas, with today's high-scoring offenses. So that is kind of rare and kind of exciting.
Your defense comes into tonight's showdown with the Dragons with some gaudy statistics of what you guys have been able to put up. Just looking across North Texas alone, this defense, number one in total defense, number one rush defense, number one scoring defense. It would seem to think that it's going to be difficult for you guys to play much better than you have been. But I know that you, Coach Tryon, and the staff are going to continue pushing these kids until they can get to levels they didn't even know they could achieve.
Well said, Thomas. Yeah, there's always room for improvement. The main thing we have, like I said, is we have talent, and we've got guys that really like to play hard. And Coach Tryon does such a good job of rotating them in and keeping them fresh. And we have that luxury. Now, I'm not saying all 8 of the defensive linemen are equal in ability, but for the last 14 years, Coach Tryon has done it anyway, regardless of the talent level. He's going to play that second group just about as much as the first group, and it's worked for us, and I just think it keeps the energy high and certainly the interest, whereas instead of just having a starting group and pretty much that's all that plays, we like to play a lot of guys.
Tonight they're definitely going to have their hands full because whereas some teams, when you line up, you know they want to run, and the other team, well, maybe they want to pass, and you can try to take away what they do best from them. With the Carroll Dragons, I don't know what they do best, Coach. They're averaging more rushing yards per game than they are passing yards. And, of course, with the Dragons offense, you know the great history they have of being so prolific in the air game. As a defensive staff, how do you guys try to game plan against a team as well-coached and well-executed game plan as what Carroll's going to present tonight?
Well, the quarterback is the straw that stirs the drink at Southlake. He's a second-year guy, and he lit us up last year. We just kind of had the ball last, and that's the only way we stopped him. But we just hope to give him some different looks and maybe get him a little bit uncomfortable about what are they in, what coverage is that, or are they going to stunt, and just that's all I know. We'd like to sneak 12 men on the field, but they'll catch us doing that. But that's just about what you need to stop him.
Coach, you may have better luck with that if your guys weren't so big on defense.
Yeah,
help get that 12th guy out there.
Yeah. A 12th man would tip the field, probably, wouldn't it?
On offense, though, it's so funny. Everybody wants to come up with this new gimmick of, okay, we're going to go to the spread offense, and we're going to do it out of the gun, and we're going to run and shoot. And, really and truthfully, for me, and I think you're the same way, Coach, football comes down to running the ball, stopping the run, and those are two things you guys excel at. Maybe this Trinity team is the ideal setup and situation to be able to topple a team like Carroll, even at home. What are your thoughts?
Well, we hope we got a chance. It's a big belief system. We're working on our kids mentally with is the thing. Why not us? It's happened before. They've been beaten at their place, and why not us? So we just go over there and go 6 seconds at a time of fury and try to enjoy the competition, and we'll count the chips when it's over.
When you guys do have the ball, everybody wants to talk about Carroll. They want to talk about the offensive side of the ball. But quietly, this defensive group that's out there for the Dragons, they're physical. They come up and they really try to do a great job of dominating at the line of scrimmage. I don't know if they're going to have that success against them tonight, but it's a very, underappreciated from a area regional media standpoint of how good that defense is, isn't it?
It is. Number one, they're very well coached, and they look for tells, Tell. Are they giving something away? Are they telling you what they're speaking of us? They watch the eyes of the quarterback. I know what they look at. They're very good at finding tells, and which makes them play faster if they find a tell or getting to the ball. And they're difficult to block if you don't keep them off their tails. So we try to give them a little different look on offense as well as defense, and try not to let them be running downhill on us all night long.
Obviously, for you, Coach, this has got to be even more special. You spent a lot of your coaching years over in the Carroll ISD and had a lot of great success, some great friends that you coached with over there. And so the Dragon tradition is something that I say quite often on the air that you helped forge in part of the teams, both on the baseball diamond and on the gridiron. So going into this ball game tonight, going over to Dragon Stadium for the first time in the regular season against Carroll, what are some of the emotions going through your mind as we get closer to kickoff?
Well, I'm kind of tickled that anybody remembers that I was over there then, and it was a great time. It was kind of a get off the ground time, get the program going. We enjoyed our first state championship there while we were there at Southlake, and it was just kind of a magic time, and I'll always remember those years. And heck, there's a coach on the staff that's still there when I was there, Coach Robert Drake. He's assistant defensive coach, and I enjoyed talking to him last night at the JV game. And of course, my son coaches over there. And I hadn't thought that much about it as far as the emotions, because just like I tell the kids, we've got to keep that out of it and think about what we're supposed to do. Now, I've got a job to do, and our players, even if he's just on the field as a kickoff return up there blocking on the front, he's got a job to do. And we want everybody to be an expert at what they do, and that includes me, and keeping all the nostalgia out of it.
Well, Coach, the atmosphere tonight is going to be electric. Everybody in the stands is going to have a good time. We're going to have a lot of fun. Hope you have some fun on the sideline as well. Best of luck tonight against the Dragons.
Thank you, Thomas. We'll try to have fun. See you later.
That's Steve Lineweaver, the head coach of the Trinity Trojans. When we come back here to Dragon Stadium, we will have the starting lineups and the opening kickoff. It's the fourth-ranked team in the state, the Trinity Trojans, taking on number 3 team in Texas, the Carroll Dragons. And it's coming your way next as we continue on with more of the Whirly Ball HEB pregame right here on Champion Sports Radio.
At Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford, we don't want you to walk through our doors. Nope, not ever. But we know life can throw you surprises, and when it does, we'll be there. Our experienced staff and technologically advanced care is dedicated simply to your health. From 24-hour emergency trauma care to rehabilitation and therapy to women's health services, we're equipped to handle your health needs. Why leave your health to chance? Visit texashealth.org/HEB to learn more.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship social media.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org. Welcome back here to Dragon Stadium. 8 minutes till kickoff between the third-ranked team in Texas, the Carroll Dragons, and the fourth-ranked Trinity Trojans. Both teams coming in undefeated. Trinity 7-0, 3-0 in District 7 6A. The Dragons 6-0, 2-0, as they have already had their bye week. The bye week for the Trojans coming Week 11, the final week of the regular season, as the Trojans will have a chance to retool and get ready for postseason play. Players out on the field, the Sippy Towel now beginning as the Trojan side of the stadium is packed to the gills. And there are still folks trying to get in right now. The Carroll Dragons crowd a little late arriving. Not that surprising. For the first time tonight, let's go down the field and welcome in Bart Castle, our roving reporter on the sideline. Good evening, Bart.
Good evening, fellas. I tell you what, as the Trojans go through the Sippy Towel here on the sideline during pregame warm-ups, a very different level of intensity than has been the case in any of the ball games before. It's not about fear. It's about a very determined effort to make sure that the outcome of this game is in the defensive line time and let the score take care of itself. But to make sure they without having been out. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bart. Time now for your starting lineups, brought to you by Texas Health HEB. When the Trojans will be on offense, they will be led onto the field by the junior quarterback Tyler Natey. He is 30th in the Metroplex in rushing, the 6', 237-pound junior. 455 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, just 1 interception, completing 56% of his passes. 608 yards on the ground and 6 touchdowns, both of those second on the club. Second to J-Ron Wilson, the junior running back, will get the start. 13th leading rusher in North Texas, 35th in scoring, 124 attempts, 841 yards. That's good for 6.8 yards per rush. 9 touchdowns on the ground this year. The blocking back will be Devin Abdullah, 5'10", 195-pound junior. Receivers will feature Marquise McRae, the 5'10", 160-pound senior, who has a touchdown receiving, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Justice Wilson, the 5'10", 169-pound senior, with 2 catches on the year, 27 yards. The offensive line from left to right, the heart and soul of this offensive unit, and it all starts with the strong tackle, Saya Mose, 6'1", 301-pound senior, a returning starter. Tavita Falahala is the strong guard, 6'4", 322 pounds, a senior. Jordan Kazi, the senior center, 5'10", 257-pounder. Sio Eli Fakahua is the quick guard, 5'5", 242-pound senior. And the all-everything Patrick Vahi, the quick tackle, headed to Texas, 6'3", 299-pound senior, a 3-year starter for Steve Lineweaver. Defensively for the Dragons, it's a 3-4 look under the direction of Hal Wasson, the head coach's brother, Tim Wasson. The nose guard, returning starter from last year, King Newton, 6'2", 260-pound senior. The defensive ends on the right side, Grady Sullivan, 6'2", 235-pound senior. On the left side, Joey Paulson, 6'4", 230 pounds, also a senior. Strong side linebacker, Jacob Copeland, 6', 180-pound sophomore. The middle linebacker is Hunter Pinsom, 6', 205-pound senior. Clark Farr is the weak side backer, 6'1", 195-pound senior, a returning starter, as is Joel McClellan, the bandit backer, 5'10", 190 pounds, also a senior. Cornerbacks, Obi Ebo, the 6'2", 180-pound junior, will be on the left side. On the right side, Tariq Gordon will be the starter, the 6', 175-pound senior. He's a returning starter. He was a strong safety last year. He also plays on offense, so he'll be relieved often by Devontae Humphrey-Wade, the 5'11", 165-pound senior. Strong safety is Kevin Kramer, 5'10", 170-pound senior, and the free safety Andy Chelf, 6', 185 pounds, a senior, and again, a returning starter. Defensively, when the Trojans are on defense and the Dragons have the ball, Carroll will be led out on the field by one of the 2 returning starting seniors on offense, Mr. All-Everything Ryan Agnew, 6'1", 180-pound senior, 13th in the Metroplex in passing at 1,213 yards, just 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions on the year, as the emphasis this year for the Dragons has been on the ground game. He's completed 66% of his passes, also has a second most rushing yards in the team, 332 yards and 5 touchdowns on the ground. Lil Jordan Humphrey is the running back, and yes, folks, that is the name actually on his birth certificate. Lil Jordan Humphrey, 6'5", 202-pound junior, tall drink of water, but a great downhill runner, 12th in the area in rushing, 10th in scoring, 109 rushes, 857 yards, and 15 touchdowns on the year. 4 wide receiver spread look that the Dragons have employed for decades now. Ryan McGibney, 6', 190-pound senior. Parker Fentress is a 6'2", 190-pound senior. Slot on the right side is going to be Cameron Emery. He's subbing in for Zach Farrer, which is an injured junior, who is the second leading receiver in all major categories, including touchdowns. Emery filling in for him, the 5'9", 178-pound senior, does have a touchdown receiving on the year. And Tariq Gordon, the cornerback, also starts at receiver. He's got a receiving touchdown, 6', 175-pound senior. For the Trojans defensively, the standard 4-3 alignment for Donald Tryon's group. The defensive ends, Tipanali Ahi, 6'5", 209-pound senior, and Anthony Famu, the 6'1", 228-pound senior. Jaylon Bevel will start inside, 6'2", 230-pound senior, along with the standout junior, Christopher Daniels, 6'3", 287 pounds. As you heard in the pregame interview, a lot of rotation on that defensive line, so we'll see a lot of the guys. We'll introduce them as they come into the ballgame as well. Weak side linebacker is Cio Kaltai, the 5'10", 200-pound senior. On the strong side, Elijah Tassini, 6 foot, 193-pound junior. Tobias Naty, the middle linebacker, 6'1", 238 pounds, a junior. Last year, a starting defensive end. Step aside for a break. We'll come back. We'll give you the defensive secondary for the Trojans, and we'll have our opening kickoff. All that when we continue in a moment. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to Dragon Stadium for this showdown of unbeaten teams. The third-ranked team in the state, the Carroll Dragons, hosting the fourth-ranked team in Texas, your Trinity Trojans. My name is Thomas Lee. Thank you so much for tuning in to Champion Sports Radio tonight for this titanic showdown. The fourth all-time meeting between these two teams, the Dragons winning 2 of 3, but the last battle won by the Trojans in the third round of the playoffs last year. Alongside your color analyst tonight, Ryan Mueller, statistician extraordinaire, the Dr. Alex Sterling. Down to the sideline, Bart Castles. Best thanks to Ross Wunderlich for his spotting assistance tonight. We want to thank you as well for tuning into the broadcast. It's going to be a great one, folks, and we are getting ready to get this thing kicked off. For the Trojans, let's complete the defensive lineup for you here. The cornerbacks will be Bobby Cooper, 5'8", 166-pound senior, and Matt Munoz, a 5'10", 176-pound senior. The rover is Sayanalo, 5'10", 159-pound senior, and TJ Kaltai, the free safety, 6 foot, 208 pounds, a senior. Trojans won the toss. They have elected to receive the ball. And the Trojans are in their road white jerseys with black numerals, red trim on that white jersey, red pants with 2 black stripes down each side, the black Trinity helmet with the white T on the side. Tees up as we kick it off. And we're underway. This is a short kick down the right side. It's going to be fielded at about the 31-yard line. And the Trojans will have pretty decent starting field position here to get things started tonight, as they'll take over on their own 29-yard line. One of the upmen for the Trojans with the fair catch, that's A.J. Jackson will set up the Trojans 1st and 10 now on their own 29 from the left hash. One receiver left, one to the right. Vahe, and the quick side is to the right. Now in motion comes McCray. They'll hand it to him on an end around. Trying to streak around the edge. Has some room to the 35, to the 40. First and more. 45-50. Takes on a tackler. Pulls him out of bounds. At the 45-yard line in Dragon territory, Andy Chell finally brings down Marquise McCray. But not before he picks up 26 yards and a first down for the Trojans.
Great blocking on that right side by Michael Perez. 5'10", 185-pound senior, led the whole way, laid a key block that allowed McCray to squeak through there.
First down and 10 at the Dragon 45. Toss back, good blocking, up forward, lowers his head, gets across the 40 and down near the 38-yard line. That is a locomotive running straight downhill. Jaron Wilson with the carry, picks up close to 7 yards on the play before Kevin Kramer can bring him down. It's 2nd down and 3.
And my key tonight for the Trinity Trojans, Thomas, is to establish the run. No doubt about it. It's their bread and butter. It's been that way for a long time. But those two guys, Nate Jaron Wilson, very instrumental to this offense.
I formation under center. Nate with a toss sweep to the right side. They've got something going here. Turning to the outside, putting on the speed, getting around the edge. Wilson, first down and more, out across the 30 and down to the 28-yard line. Heck of a run, goes for 9 yards, maybe 10, where they mark him out before Clark Farr, the senior, can knock him out of bounds. It's a first down for the Trojans.
You heard Steve Lineweaver say in the pregame interview, he talked about it. The Dragon defense, the secondary, they're very quick. They look for tells. They were fooled on that play right there. And Jaron Wilson, with so much speed, once he turned the corner, was able to pick up the first down.
Marquise McCray wide left, 2 receivers right, including Jaron Wilson wide right. Shotgun snap back to Nate. Fake on the end around on the jet sweep to McCray. Nate runs through 1 tackle, pounds his way down inside the 25 to the 24. It's a 5-yard, maybe 4-yard gain for the quarterback, Tyler Nate, before Jacob Copeland, the strong side linebacker, can bring him down.
It seemed like Dragon personnel a little bit late getting there, but that's the physicality of this offensive line for Trinity. They establish themselves and create a little bit of a wall, and Nate is able to squeak through.
Minute 20 gone by, and the Trojans already knocking on the door. 2nd down and 6 at the Dragon 24. Handoff on the end around left side. Wilson turns the corner, finally forced out of bounds, but not before he picks up yet another Trojan first down. He's forced out at the 13 by Tariq Gordon. It's 11 yards and a Trojan first down.
And Gordon had help from Joel McClellan, the linebacker for the Dragons, and it seemed like they were in perfect position to make a tackle on Jaron Wilson, and that's the elusiveness of the young back. He's able to find a way to get to the edge, and then he turns on the juice.
Marquise McCray wide right. 2 tight end I formation set, 1st and 10 from the Dragon 13. Handoff and a great tackle for a loss there. That's a nice play as Jaron Wilson was brought down by Copeland. The sophomore coming from the weak side is able to get Wilson from behind, who was slow playing it a bit. It's going to be a loss of a couple.
Yeah, just having a little bit of patience there, and it cost him just because Jacob Copeland unguarded. I mean, he came through there, and the key tonight for the Dragons defensively is wrapping up, finishing tackles. Good example there.
Loss of 3, 2nd down and 13 from the Dragons 16. Toss sweep. No, cutting it back is Jaron Wilson. He's going to get back near the line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 2, before he is gang tackled by a couple of Dragons. Andy Chelf, the senior, came flying in, leading the charge for the Dragon defense.
Unfortunately for Jaron Wilson, he's trying to fight through traffic for Dragon players, but also his own players. Tyler Nate, the quarterback for Trinity, on the ground, and Wilson had to hurdle over him. That cost him. 2 defenders converged on the tailback.
First 3rd down conversion of the night for the Trojans. 3rd down and 11. Trinity at the Dragon 14. Wide left is Reynolds. Slot left is McCray. Wilson to the left of Nate in a shotgun set. Snap is back on 3rd and 11. Swing it out, left side. Bubble screen caught by McCray, but then he is brought down. That's a nice hit by Chelf, who is all over the place on this defensive stand. The bubble is only going to work for a couple of yards down to the 12, and here comes the field goal unit for the Trojans.
The Trojans don't pass that often, but when they do, and they throw up a screen, it works because of the big physical wide receivers that do their job. Well, on that play, just manhandle, and you tip your cap. Shelf with a great job.
Luis Martinez on to attempt an extra point. They're spotted at the 19. It's a 29-yard attempt. Good snap, good hold by Munoz. The kick is up. Plenty of leg on this one. It's up, and it's good for Martinez. So the first points of the night belonging to the Trojans as they take an early 3-0 lead. 8:28 left to go first quarter. Trinity 3. Carroll getting the ball for the first time right after these messages. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
When it comes to keeping your ticker running like clockwork, look no further than Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford. We offer comprehensive heart and vascular services ranging from vascular screenings, electrophysiology, and cardiac cath procedures to minimally invasive thoracic to open heart surgeries and cardiac rehabilitation. What it basically comes down to is you can count on us, like clockwork, for your heart care needs. Learn more at texashealth.org/HEB.
Trinity on the board first after a 29-yard field goal by kicker Luis Martinez. 3 first downs, 9 plays, 59 yards on the scoring drive. Took 3 minutes, 32 seconds. 8:28 to go here in the first quarter. Trinity 3, Carroll nothing.
You better get used to giving those scoring drives, Doctor, because there's going to be a lot of them tonight.
It's funny, with two defenses that are as good as these two, we are looking at maybe the first one to 40 winning the ball game. The Dragons, 8th overall total defense in North Texas, 3rd-ranked scoring defense, just 18.8 points per game, and the Trojans, the number 1 defense in total yards, rushing yards, and points allowed at just 11 per contest.
Yeah, of course, I say that, and Trinity's defense hasn't even touched the field yet. But to go back to that offensive series, I can't say enough about the Dragon defense being able to bottle up and shut down the run that was working so well for the Trojans to start the drive, and the Dragons finish it well, giving up just the 3 points.
Martinez getting ready to kick this thing off. He'll be going from right to left here, kicking it deep, all the way down inside the 15 to the 13. Reversing field to the right side. Going to be hit and brought down across the 20 to about maybe a 25, and they're going to mark it down just past that. It's a nice return. Tackled by Tobias Nate, junior middle linebacker on special teams. The return, courtesy of Andy Chelf. So Chelf, I don't know if he ever actually comes off the field, to be honest. On offense, sometimes he's not out there, but he has been all over this one here for 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Back to pass. First down, left side, catch is made, and the receiver is immediately caught and dropped as well. As coming in, making the catch, Cameron Emery filling in for the injured Zach Farrer. Quickly the line of scrimmage, pass deep down the middle, has a man, it's caught inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. That's a big gain on the play as Agnew is able to hit Gordon. Finally brought down by Kautai, but not before he picks up 23 yards and a first down. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. From the left hash, 1st and 10 from the Trojan 44. Handoff inside. Will Jordan Humphrey. The ball may have popped loose, but it looks like the Dragons have gotten back on top of it. While we have a moment, down to the field, check it with Bart Castle.
Yes, fellas, the offensive coach is telling the offensive line, look, we didn't see anything we didn't expect. They're a good football team. They're going to make some adjustments. Play like we talked about in the post-game and the pregame. One play at a time. Let the score take care of itself.
First carry for Lil Jordan Humphrey goes for just a yard. 2nd down and 9, and now maybe a timeout taken as there was some confusion in a mass substitution for the Carroll Dragons. They will take their first timeout. We'll take it with them. 7:20 left to go first quarter. Trinity 3, Carroll nothing. Dragons driving. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio. Back to Dragon Stadium after these messages.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
Second down and 9 for the Dragons. Trinity with a 3-0 lead. 7:20 left to go first quarter. Thomas Lee, Ryan Mueller here with you from Dragon Stadium in Southlake. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Snap back, play action fake. Agnew rolls out to his left, now loads up, fires deep downfield. Oh, and it just goes over the hands of the outstretched defender, then in and out of the hands of the receiver. Thought for a moment that it was going to be picked off by Devin Earthly. Munoz back there as well, almost picked it off and passed. Just that's something you don't see from Dragon receivers much at all. That was a drop.
Yeah, and a tough catch, though. The receiver was backpedaling to try to come up with that one, and this is a physical defense for Trinity. He heard footsteps.
3rd down and 9. Whistles blow. This play never happened as our referee crew it's an official timeout. I don't know if there's a young man who's down or if the ball was spotted incorrectly. The officials are going to have to be on their game tonight, too. Dragons like to go and go quick. 2 receivers left. Emery wide left, slot left, McGibbony. 2 to the right as well, including Gordon and Fentress. Back to pass on 3rd down and 9. Agnew flushed out and hit, and he's going to be sacked. Big time play by Jalon Bevel. The senior busts through on 3rd and 9 and gets a sack, driving Carroll all the way back to their 44-yard line.
Remember that Carroll is an offense that throws up nearly 500 yards a game, and a lot of that stems from the play of the offensive line. That's my key for the Carroll offense tonight is can they hold their ground when that play absolutely blown up.
Oldroyd with the punt, and it's going to be caught and immediately tackled about the 23-yard line. And not much of an opportunity for a return there after a 34-yard punt, nothing on the return. The loss on the play and the sack by Bevel, who timed the snap count perfectly, was a loss of 14 on the play. So, huge stop by the Trojan defense. It's Trinity 3, Carroll nothing, 6:33 left to go first quarter. And Nate and the offense back out there for Trinity.
And they're going to stick to their formula. It's what has worked all season long. It's what worked year after year for Steve Lineweaver. They're going to attack on the ground.
Reynolds wide left, McCray wide right. I formation, Nate under center near the left hash on their own 23. Fullback trap. Actually, play fake. They're going to hand it to Wilson coming around. He's going to get close to 4 yards on the play.
Wilson, the ball carrier.
Before he's brought down by King Newton.
He's out to the 27-yard line, brought down by King Newton and Hunter Henson.
And actually, a penalty is going to wipe this out as a holding call is going to go against Trinity.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. I did see a little bit of an extra grab by one of the offensive linemen as J-Ron Wilson. It wasn't, it was a handoff and then tried to find some room around the edge and just was waiting patiently for a hole to open up. And when it finally did, that's where the officials make the call.
Receiver either way, 1st down and 20 now for Trinity on their own 13. Wing back on the right side. McCray come in motion from left to right. Hand off to him. Swinging around the right side, cuts inside a one tackler, gets 10, maybe 11 yards out to the 24 before brought down by the combination of Chelp and Kramer.
Marcus McCray on the carry.
And that's a nice way of getting that yardage back in a hurry.
And then the play fake work as well because so much emphasis placed on J-Ron Wilson and fake the handoff to him, and Marcus McCray does a great job of just getting around the side after the defenders were fooled and sucked in the middle.
I formation from the right hash, 2nd down and 9, Trinity on their own 24. Toss back, running straight downhill, trying to find some room, and not a lot to be found by J-Ron Wilson. Brought down once again, Kramer, Chelf there as well. It's going to be a modest gain of 4, 3rd down and 5 upcoming.
And it makes that holding penalty that much bigger because you're having Trinity start out at 1st and 20, not 1st and 10, where they can chew huge chunks of yards on the ground. It's no secret. I'm going to be a broken record tonight about that just because of how good Trinity is with their rushing game.
2 receivers right, 3rd down and 5. Trojans on their own 28. Ball in the middle of the field. Back to either side of Nate in a shotgun set. Snap is back. It's bobbled. He picks it up and is trying to make something out of nothing. Takes on a bunch of tacklers. Is going to be hit near the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard gained, and that's it. So the bobbled snap is going to lead to a 4th and 4. Chelf and Penson, the linebacker, were also there to make the stop. We go down to the field, check in with Bart Castle.
As the defense came off the field, the defensive players were told, stay after it and we can get this thing.
Stay after it, we can get this thing. That's a nice war cry over there on the Trojan sideline for sure. Pass back to Nate, the quarterback, also the punter, gets his big left foot into this one. Takes a huge Trojan bounce inside the 40, inside the 35, inside the 30, and all the way down near the 26-yard line. Maybe the 27. 27 is where they'll mark it down. It's a 43-yard punt, nothing on the return. And the Carroll Dragons will have the ball with 4:10 left to go in the first quarter. Trinity leading it 3-0. The Carroll Dragons with their second possession of the contest, starting on their own 27.
The right mindset for Tyler Nate to just pick up the football. You have to do that because Coach Lineweaver is the type of coach that field position is on his mind every single minute of the contest. So you got to pounce on that football and play field position, not try to make any big mistake there.
First down play, it's an inside trap give to Lil Jordan Humphrey. And not a lot of running room there as he is knocked down. Excellent job flying in on the play is Tibanaliahi, leading the charge for the Trojans defensively.
Second down, Dragons.
No gain on the play, second down and 10 upcoming. Quick screen pass out to the right side to the flat. Humphrey with the hit. And he takes on 2 tacklers across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. Sayonalo, Matt Munoz, the 2 defensive backs in on the stop. It's going to be a gain of 6 and set up 3rd down and 3 for the Dragons on their own 33-yard line. Big possession down here for the Trojans. 3rd down and 4. Back to pass. Rushed. Agnew. Pass tipped. Almost intercepted by Munoz. The throw was intended for Parker Fentress. The senior couldn't quite get his hands on it. Munoz with excellent defensive coverage, and it's 4th and 4 for the Dragons.
And Munoz uses his speed, and the secondary knows how important it is to stay with the wide receivers for Carroll. That's their bread and butter. They do a lot of quick passes, and they have an accurate quarterback, but it's tough to be accurate when that defensive line is getting in there and putting pressure on them.
Pocket was collapsing all over him, absolutely. Here's a punt. Great effort by Jake Oldroyd. It's going to bounce, take a sideways hop, and it's going to be down right about the 25-yard line. Actually mark it at the 26, so an extra yard for the Trojans. 41 yards in the punt, nothing on the return. And look at this, folks. We thought we would see points, 2 teams racing up and down the field. Each team with 2 possessions, just 1 field goal to show between them, as these defenses really are clamping down here early in the first quarter.
Yeah, of course. I mentioned to Doctor that he'd have a lot of scoring drives to give, and that's pretty much my fault there. But I'd love to see that, though. 2 teams that rack up a lot of yards. They go toe-to-toe. The defense really comes to play, and that's what we're seeing here in the first quarter.
Trojans 1st and 10 on their own 26-yard line from the right hash. 2 receivers left, wing back on the left side. Back to the right of Nate. Now McCray in motion. Fake to him. Keeper by Nate. He is going to be tumbled down after just a 1-yard gain. Big hit by Chris Parr. 2nd and 9 upcoming.
Yeah, Parr, linebacker, gets in there and goes back to what I talked about. Dragons have to wrap up. They have to finish tackles and stop Nate, Wilson, McCray, whoever's coming out of that backfield. Stop them in their tracks, and good job to wrap up there for Parr.
1 receiver left, 1 to the right from the right hash, I formation. Toss back, Wilson looking for some blocking, tries to get the edge, takes on a tackler, still on his feet, gets across the 30 and finally out of bounds around the 33-yard line. Gain of close to 6 on the play before he's brought down by Farr. It's going to be 3rd down and 3 now for the Trojans.
See, and it was tough because Kevin Kramer was there first, and he had a chance to take down the back, and that's what I'm talking about. If you don't wrap up, these backs for Trinity, they know how to bounce off and get their way and find extra yards, and that's what happened.
2 receivers left, Reynolds wide left, slot left is McCray. 3rd down and 3, Trojans on their own 33 from the right hash. Shotgun snap back to Nate. Fake, and now rolling the pocket to the left. He's going to throw, and it's almost a one-handed catch by Wilson. There was close coverage on the play by the defensive end, Grady Sullivan, going with the back Wilson. Nate was flushed out and forced to throw early by Joel McClellan. And it's going to be 4th down and 3, and his defense the name of the game tonight.
Unbelievable. Paulson and McClellan both there, and anytime team's going to try to run that screen play, you've got to get your hands up and defend it well, and they did.
Good pass back to Nate. He unloads a wobbler. Fair catch called for and made at the 37-yard line. Nate's punt into a kind of a swirling breeze here. Goes 34 yards, nothing on the return for Parker Fentress to call for the fair catch. And with minute 32 left to go in the first quarter, it's still Trinity 3, Carroll nothing as the Dragons come out for the 3rd time tonight. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. Here comes that NASCAR offense. Fentress wide left. Slot left is Gordon. That's the wide side of the field. Wide to the right, McGibney. Back to either side of the quarterback. Agnew 1st and 10, Dragons on their own 37. Play clock down to 15 now as the final directions are given. Agnew back to pass and a shotgun snap. Pass out of the flat left side. Little Jordan Humphreys gets out to the 40 and then finally forced out of bounds. Justice Gregg in on the stop. Limits Humphrey to a gain of 5, and it's going to be 2nd and 5 for the Carroll Dragons.
And just patient there as Agnew, so accurate. He had plenty of time to drop back on defensive backs, went deep with receivers, so underneath he was open.
Gordon slot right, McGibney wide right, back to pass, 2nd and 5. Agnew left side, complete 1st down. As a little quick hitch goes to Fentress. Finally forced out of bounds by a couple defensive backs. Devin Earthley was in there on the stop. Seal Cowtie as well. But it's going to be a 1st down for the Dragons as they get down to the Trojan 49-yard line. Gain of 9, 1st and 10, Carroll on the left hash from the Trojan 49. Back to pass, inside give. Humphrey tries to bounce it outside, now cuts back in. And is going to pick up 9 yards, maybe even close to 10. Across the 40, spilled down at the 39. It will be enough for a 1st down for the Dragons.
And again, here we go, up-tempo as this offense tries to get into the rhythm that it does so well, does play in so well, and here we go.
Same formation, 2 receivers left. That's the wide side, 1 to the right. Handoff Humphrey straight upfield, and he is going to be toppled down after a gain of 2 down to the 37-yard line. Seal Cowtie helped finish off what Tobias Nate started, and it's just a 2-yard gain for Humphrey.
That's what those quick passes will do. They'll open things up underneath, and little Jordan Humphrey's having his way here.
4 wide receiver spread on 2nd and 8 from the Trojan 37. From the right hash, Agnew back to pass, flushed out of the pocket, steps up, wants to run. He's going to be hit now, and he gets maybe a yard. It's a gutty yard. He was lampooned by Tibanaliahi. And just a 1-yard gain sets up 3rd and 7.
Good job to keep eyes on the quarterback and be patient with the tackling as well. They waited and then converged on the quarterback.
From the right hash, 2-by-2 spread formation. Humphrey on the left hip of Agnew. 3rd and 7 from the Trojan 36. Maybe the final play of the first quarter. Whistles will blow. Flags will fly, and this play never happened. Hear from our referee. It's going to be a false start on the Dragons. So 3rd and 7 turns into 3rd and 12 now. With 6 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. Clock is running, and Agnew's just going to walk off the field. That'll be the end of the first quarter. Back and forth affair, and a big play upcoming for the Dragon offense. Trinity 3, Carroll nothing. We head to the second quarter. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football exclusively here on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. texashealth.org/HEB.
Ready to start the second quarter. Thomas Lee, Ryan Mueller up here in the booth. Down to the field we go. Bart Castle.
Thomas, you can tell some of the intensity of this ball game. I was just asked to stay out away from the team in the event that something would be given away that might give some advantage to the Dragons. So we'll give you some look from down on the field. We heard Coach Wasson talk about that one of the keys for the Dragons was matching up on defense, and at field level you can see on every play as either offense comes out of the huddle, a half a move here to an inside or an outside shoulder by a defensive lineman on either team, a real chess match down at field level trying to get the slightest advantage.
Thank you, Bart. Excellent report. Third down now and 12 for the Dragons, who are now traveling from right to left in the second quarter. Officials conferring, making sure that the clock is ready. The ball is spotted, and ample time for both teams to make substitutions at the change of quarter. Fentress wide right, wide left. Slot left is Gordon. Shotgun snap is Beck. Heavy rush, stepping up. It's going to be hit. Agnew is sacked. Finally, boy, a lot of strength in there for the senior quarterback Agnew. Bevel was in there, also in on the stop. Naliahi and Viliami Finau, all three of them collapsing the Dragon pocket, and it's going to be a loss of a yard on the play. 4th and 13 upcoming.
Thomas, I think that was the best defensive play I've seen from any high school team this year from Naliahi. The way he whipped around the right tackle for the Carroll Dragons and got to the quarterback, unbelievable.
High spinning punt, nobody back, goes inside the 10, inside the 5, and I think it's down at the 1. Boy, what a nice job by Chelf to tiptoe the goal line. He finally stopped the ball's momentum. He can go in. The ball cannot go into the end zone. He first touched it at the 4-yard line, so it's a 38-yard punt for the punter and kicker for the Dragons. Jake Oldroyd, the junior, averaging 37.7, came in with 9 punts down inside the 20, make it 10 now on the year. So a long road to hoe for the Trojan offense as they have it 1st and 10 on their own 4-yard line. 11:21 left to go in the first half. Trojans with a 3-0 lead on the Carroll Dragons. And maybe a problem with the clock. I never saw the play clock actually start. I don't think we're having media timeouts tonight. It feels like a college ball game here with the crowd and the bands and the atmosphere and a stadium that is finally filled to capacity. Nate under center, jumbo package, and whistles will blow, flags will fly before the snap. It's going to be a false start. Of the games we've seen this year, that might be the first penalty I have seen on Patrick Vahi. This is our 5th broadcast of the year. I almost want to ask the officials if they're sure that they got that number right on 77. 1st and 12 now from the 2. Jumbo package, handoff, trying to knife through. Maybe a yard, maybe 2, but nothing more than that. Just not a lot of running room inside as it's all stacked in. On the carry, Javante Poe, the 5'8", 171-pound junior. Got half the penalty yardage back. It'll be 2nd and 11.
I was going to say that at the high school level, sometimes when you're tucked so deep, you get called for those false starts because you're just so eager to get the play off and get after it, and that made it difficult. Dragons got in on that stop there.
23 personnel, 2 backs, 3 tight ends. Play action fake. Nate going to the air. He's got a man wide open. Caught at the 30 and then tumbling down to the ground. The tight end snuck out. It was actually the fullback lined up as a wingback. Devin Abdullah hauls in his 4th catch of the year. It goes for 30 yards. And a Trojan first down.
And a gutsy call, too, for the Trojan offense is they run the play fake. It sucks the defense in. Nobody has enough time to get across and get after Nate, and he just dials it up and throws it out. And Abdullah almost was off to the races, except he kind of lost his footing there.
They mark him down at the 37-yard line, so it's a 34-yard gain on the play. Back to pass. No, Nate now is going to take off and run. Running with authority. It's a 3 tough yards. Still won't go down. Finally down at the 41-yard line. King Newton, Kevin Kramer, and a half a dozen other green jersey Dragon defenders finally bring down Nate after a gain of 4.
Yeah, he was running hard until he met King Newton. That's for sure. 6'2", 260-pound lineman stood him up.
Second down and 6 from the left hash. Toss sweep right side. Poe looking for the running room and upended on the plays. He tried to leap over one of the defensive backs. And that was Obi Ebo, who got his arm up to trip him and bring down Poe at the 44-yard line. Gain of 3. It's going to set up 3rd and 3 as the Trojans are staying on schedule here in the second set of downs of this drive. 9:30 and counting remaining here in the first half. Trojans with a 3-0 lead, facing 3rd down and 3 from their own 44. 2 receivers left. Nate is single back, the quarterback, and now this play is going to be blown dead, and a timeout's going to be taken by the Trojans. We'll take it as well. 9:17 left to go first half. Trojans with a 3-0 lead. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
Welcome back to Dragon Stadium. This top 5 matchup in the state. Number 3, Carroll. Number 4, Trinity. The battle of unbeatens continues. 9:17 left to go first half. Trojans with a 3-0 lead. Thomas Lee, Ryan Mueller up here in the booth. Let's go down to the field and check in with Bart Castle.
Thomas, we talked throughout the season about how strong Tyler Nate is on that second down play. Literally, 2 linemen jumped on his back. His knees bent down, and then he stood up and continued to run like he was squatting weight in the weight room. I mean, that kid is unbelievable how strong he is.
Workhorse, to say the least, right, Bart? Let's see if they can ride him again. 3rd down and 3. Trojans on their own 44 from the right hash. Snap is back. Play fake to Wilson. Straight downfield. There goes Nate. He's busted through to the 35, to the 30. Still on his feet. 25. Shakes off a tackler. Carries a man out of bounds and forced out around the 16. Tobias Nate, like a runaway bus down the field, blowing through the Dragon defense for a 40-yard gain and a first down before Jacob Copeland forces him out of bounds.
And right on cue, after Bart's report talking Nate up, he shows that, yeah, I'm that type of player. And he gets through the traffic. Probably should have been brought down at the somewhere near the 26 because Obi Ibu had him, but he went further.
I formation, second man through, gets the ball and runs a bear hug of a linebacker. Hunter Pensum brings him down. It's going to be a gain of 4 on the play. Down to the field to Bart once again.
We were talking about Tyler Nate. I don't know if you guys could see it, but right at the end of the run, Chelf tried to grab him right at the sideline, and he stiff-armed him and threw him off like he was a rag doll.
Impressive stuff. Knocking on the door, the Trojans have it. 2nd down and 6 at the Dragon 12. Reynolds wide left, the only receiver in the formation. Offset eye with Perez, offset to the left. Toss back, they're going to go straight downfield with Nate giving a block himself. Gain of a couple. As toting the mail on that play is Elijah Tassini, the 6', 193-pound junior. Brought down by Paulson.
Down to the 10-yard line.
At the 10, it's going to set up 3rd down and 4 now for Trinity.
That brings up 3rd down and 4.
Now, this Dragon defense is quick, but they're also smart, and they were smart enough to find out where Tassini was going with the football. As soon as he jolted to his right, that defense shuffled its weight and laid into him.
Loading it up again. 2 tight ends, 3 backs. Once again, running into a brick wall, though, is Tassini as the defensive line for the Trojans holds strong. He ran where the hole was supposed to be, but the defensive line pinched down, nowhere to go. It's now 4th and 4 at the Dragon 10-yard line, and it's like Steve Lineweaver might be thinking about rolling the dice.
I could. I mean, wanting to get into the end zone with a touchdown rather than the 3, but I just can't get over the defensive play there for the Carroll Dragons. Everybody rallying to the football as they knew that one's going right up the middle.
Changes his mind to Steve Lineweaver. On comes Luis Martinez in the kicking unit. Out of the hold of Munoz. 27-yard kick is up, and it is good. The Trojans with a pair of field goals in this one. That's all the scoring we've had. It's Trinity 6, Carroll nothing. 6:59 left to go here in the first half. Trinity Trojan football on Champion Sports Radio continues in a moment.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Martinez with his second field goal of the game, this time from 27 yards out for Trinity. 9 plays, 84 yards, 4:22 off the clock. 6:59 to go here in the first half. Trinity 6, Carroll nothing.
And I think the key part of that stat, Doctor, or excuse me, the drive summary actually, is the 98 yards. I mean, this drive started all the way back at the 2-yard line. And they moved the ball the length of the field. And I think the key is the Dragons kept them out of the end zone, but at the same time, Trinity, I think they know points are hard to come by here, and they get the 3.
So Martinez, after 2 field goals, he's had a nice night. 1 into the wind, 1 with the wind at his back. Now 5 of 5 in field goal attempts on the season. Some good lessons learned here to prepare for playoff football. High kick down to the 13. Shelf angling right. It's going to be hit and drop shy of the 20. Shelf got to the 18 after maybe a 5, maybe 6 yards return, and that's it. Great coverage as Josh Udame, backup defensive back, the seniors in on the stop, and the Dragons will take over at their own 18, 1st and 10, trailing 6-0 to the Trojans. 6:54 left to go in the first half.
See if Carroll's offense can get in sync once again. Once they get in that rhythm, it's hard to stop because they go up tempo, and Ryan Agnew really gets into a nice groove. Try to return to that here on this drive.
1st down and 10. Agnew's got a 2-by-2 spread. From his own 18, inside give. Humphrey bounces it out to the left side. It's going to be upended. What a great tackle by Munoz as he went low and tumbled down.
And off goes to Humphrey.
The 6'5 running back down to the turf. It's going to be a modest gain of 2 and bring up 2nd and 8.
They're just trying to string a play out, and Trinity not fooled as a couple of those linebackers come over to help out.
3 receivers right, a man in motion on the end around. Fake to him, they're going to the air, down the seam, has a man, and it's knocked away at the last second. What a job rotating over by Hernan Figueroa to knock the ball out of the grasp of the intended receiver, and lined up right there on the slot, running right down the hash was Fintrest, the leading receiver on the team, but Figueroa saves probably a touchdown on the play.
He did, stayed right with him, and looked like he was a little bit behind, but made up for it by getting that long arm out there and deflecting the pass.
3rd down and 8. Trojan fans coming to life across the way to help the defense. Snap is low. Agnew is up. Pocket collapsing. He throws it out to the right side. Catch is made. And that is a strong throw by Agnew. On the money to Fintress. Devin Earthley was there to finally force him out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Going to be a gain of 10 on 3rd and 8. Move the chains and the Dragon first down.
Just in the nick of time, too. Agnew was absolutely leveled. The big old defensive end, Anthony Famu, wheeling his way around and blowing up the quarterback, but Agnew just in the nick of time gets it off.
Some shuffling at right guard. We'll tell you about it after this play. In motion, trying to flare it out to the left side. Now he's going to go deep down the left side. Has a man, and it's through the fingertips of Tariq Gordon. Great play design by Wasson in the offense. As Lil Jordan Humphrey went from a back position into the flat, they faked the screen to him. Gordon runs a go. Ball was on the money even with the wind in the face of Agnew, and Tariq Gordon just couldn't hold on. He gets 10 shots at that. He's going to hang on to it 9 times out of 10. We also have an injured player on the defensive line for the Trojans. That's Christopher Daniels. The big defensive tackle is causing all sorts of problems. We talked about some shuffling on the offensive line for the Dragons. Chase Stanford has been the starter at right guard since Drew Jackala had some heat exhaustion issues in summer ball. This is the first game that Jackala has been back. He was starting at right guard, but Kyle Reyes and Stanford have been rotating around on that offensive line as the Dragons try to find somebody to slow down this great, dominant Trinity D-line.
And it adds to the depth of the team. Anytime you can have some of those younger guys step in and play and learn a thing or two, I think that's important. But good to have Jackala back, as that was my key. The defensive line for Trinity is they're heavy, they're stout, and you've got to have the experience on the line to make plays.
Daniels helped off the field, didn't want to put any weight on that left leg. And that could be a big blow to the Trojans. Hopefully he can come back, if not tonight, very soon. 2nd down and 10. Dragons on their own 30. Back to pass. Agnew steps over the middle, and the pass is low. Again, Ryan Agnew, very, very accurate on the season at 66%, but tonight I don't think he ever feels comfortable as that pocket continues to collapse around him.
I was going to say, Thomas, it's the pressure that he's feeling throughout this first quarter plus. It's been difficult for him to have time to survey the field, so he feels rushed and therefore rushes the pass. That one's a little too low for the receiver.
54% in the game, averaging 66% completion on the season for Agnew. McGibney, slot left, wide left is Cameron Emery. Slot right, Tariq Gordon. Parker Fentress, wide right. Now I think a timeout's going to be taken. It'll be the Dragons' second. We'll take it with them. 6:05 left to go here in the first half. Trojans with a 6-0 lead. Back to Dragon Stadium after these messages on Champion Sports Radio.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
.05 left to go here in the first half. Trojans with a 6-0 lead in this defensive-minded showdown. Thomas Lee, Ryan Mueller, Alex Sterling upstairs. Let's go downstairs and check in with Bart Castle.
Fellas, you mentioned that just a moment ago Chris Daniels came off the field or was helped off the field. Looked like perhaps he tweaked his ankle. He was walking a little gingerly, but once he got to the sideline, he did walk some on his own, if gingerly, so perhaps he'll be back.
Hope so, Bart. For Daniels and for Trojan fans everywhere. 3rd down and 10. Key down here for the Trojan defense. Dragons on the right hash on their own 30. Back to pass. Agnew hit right after he throws, and the ball is almost intercepted. Did he pick it off? Did he hang on? Yes, he did! INT for the Trojan defense! What a job stepping in front of the receiver, Elijah Tassini, with the pick, just the 4th interception for the Trojan defense this season.
Feeling pressure once again, though. That play, it starts for the big defensive end for Trinity. That's Anthony Famu. Another great play by the senior as he whips around, and Ryan Agnew is hurried. He's got to get rid of the football, and that cost him to place the ball a little too far inside to Tassini with a great pick.
Isaiah Reynolds, wide left. That's the wide side of the field. Wide right, Marquise McCray. Offset I formation. Now McCray in motion. Fake to him. Fake to Wilson's going to go deep down the left side. Has a man in and out of his hands. Boy, it would have been a tough fingertip catch for the fullback, Michael Perez. The senior could not quite hang on. Andy Chelf closest on the coverage. Incompletion will bring up 2nd and 10.
I'm just sitting here smiling because it's typical Steve Lineweaver. I mean, it takes advantage to try to throw something deep down the field after an interception. I mean, that's textbook Steve Lineweaver. You try to take advantage. Defense hangs its head. Team's feeling a little down, and you try to go for the deep ball.
Back to the left hip of Naty, and that's Wilson. Fake to him, bubble it out left side, catch by McCray. Makes one man miss, gets about 4 yards down to the 37-yard line in Dragon territory before the safeties combine. Andy Chelf, Kevin Kramer, the 2 seniors on the stop of McCray, and it's going to set up now 3rd down and 6.
Marquise McCray has the tools to try to wiggle loose, even when there's initial contact, and not when there's 2 Dragons there. Nice job on finishing the play and making a good tackle.
6-0 Trojans with the lead, 5:20 and counting left to go first half. Trinity with the ball, 3rd down and 6 at the Dragon 37 from the left hash. 2 receivers right. They roll Naty out to that side. The lefty fires, has a man, and again in and out of the hands. This time Marquise McCray cannot convert. If he had held on, it would have been a first down. But the incompletion brings up a difficult decision here. 4th down and 6 in Dragon territory at the 37. What would you do?
Well, I think Coach Lammer's got the 6-0 lead. Maybe back it up a little bit here and try to pin the Dragon offense deep. Your defense has done well tonight, so I think that's what the short punt is in order for Steve Lineweaver.
Naty averages just under 38 yards per punt on the season. The punting unit did come on the field, but now we have a stoppage of play and a timeout taken by Carroll. That's their final timeout of the first half. 5:07 left to go here before the halftime break. Trojans with a 6-0 lead. Back to Dragon Stadium after these messages. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
4th down and 6 for the Trojans. Ball on the Dragon 37. Naty, the quarterback, is the punter, folks. Keep that in mind. But as we knew that, had a feeling Coach Lineweaver was going to go for the home run ball after the turnover. This has turned up to be a defensive slugfest. And a punt seems like the right call. Back to Naty. The left footer gets it away. Down the sideline, inside the 10. Great decision. Inside the 5 even. And Naty's going to get it down at the 3-yard line. 30. 5 yards on the punt.
Dragons take over 1st and 10.
It'll be 1st and 10. They'll actually mark it at the 4-yard line, but still, excellent job on the punt.
We saw the Trojans pinned deep in their own territory, and now we're going to have a look at the Dragons trying to run their offense inside the 5-yard line. But I think that was an excellent call by the head coach of the Trojans. You take your chances with your defense because they played so magnificently here in the first half. See what Agnew and company come up with in this drive.
4:57 left to go first half. First down handoff. That's a nice sidestep by little Jordan Humphrey. Pretty impressive one-on-one tackle in the open field. As Sayanalo, the rover, is able to bring him down after a gain of 3 to the 7. 4:35 and counting before we get to the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Snap back, another run, this time off right guard, and Humphrey slammed down close to the 10. Give him another 3 yards. It'll set up now 3rd down and 4 for the Dragons. Is Naliahi. Tiban Naliahi, the senior defensive end, was in on the stop.
Dragons have not been able to get much underneath, and I think the secondary coming up to help out, just to have a couple extra helmets around the football has paid dividends for the Trojan defense.
This Dragon offense averages over 250 yards per game. It's been tough going so far here tonight. Carroll slowing things down. Agnew with it back to either side. Humphrey to his left. Snap back on 3rd and 4. They're going to go to the air instead. Pass left side. It's caught. And maybe an extra yard after the catch by Fentress. It will be enough for the first down as he gets to the 17-yard line. Gain of 7 and his first down for the Dragons as Justice Gregg and TJ Kaltai make the stop.
And I'm sure Ryan Agnew breathing a sigh of relief there, saying, hey, finally, I'm able to drop back, step into one, and complete a pass right on the numbers.
The 3-step certainly helps that from happening. 2 backs to the right now coming in motion. And it's a little toss play up ahead, turning the corner, and a good 3 or 4 yards, and then spun down is DeAndre Wiltshire. Wiltshire brought down. Actually, they're going to give him 5 yards out to the 22. TJ Kaltai finally coaxes him down to the ground. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Second down, Dragons.
And very, very patient. Wiltshire just waits for that lane to open up.
Looking to pass over the middle. Has a man. Catch is made. And Gordon is spun down right at the sticks by Tobias Nate. Middle linebacker comes in with a big blow. But it is going to be enough for a first down right at the 27. 1st and 10 Dragons. 3 minutes and counting left to go first half. Trinity with a 6-0 lead. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Humphrey on the left hip of Agnew. Shotgun snap is back. Steps up in the pocket, fires crossing route. It's complete. Running through 1 tackler is McGibbony. Tobias Nate finally brings him down. And I see a number 6 running wide open. And I don't know, visions of Blake Cantu come to my mind crossing over. Back in that 2006 ball game, that epic showdown at Texas Stadium. 2nd down and 2, Dragons on their own 35. Loading up deep down the right side, has a man. It is caught. Great job by Fentress hauling it in just in front of Munoz before he's forced out at the 31-yard line in Trinity territory. Biggest offensive play of the night for Carroll as it goes for 34 yards. Quickly to the line of scrimmage, 1st and 10. The Trojan 31. Inside run, 2, maybe 3, maybe even 4 yards on the play. As Humphrey is slammed down after a modest gain.
Agnew flashes his arm, throws the deep ball, and did have enough time to really open things up. Nobody rushed for the Trojans on that previous play, and Agnew still able to meet his mark.
2nd down and 6. Now taking a little more time off the clock as we go inside of 2 minutes here in the first half. Trojans with a 6-0 lead. The Dragons knocking on the door. Fentress wide right. 3 receivers left. That's the wide side of the field. Snap back, give to Lil Jordan Humphrey. He is met after a gain of maybe a yard. It's going to be 3rd down and 5. It's the interior of that defensive line. And Naliahi combined on the stop. 10th Dragon play of the drive. It's 3rd down and 5 at the Trojan 26. Snap back. Agnew flushed. It's going to be hit. Still running forward. Still on his feet. And I think he's going to end up being a yard shy of the first down as he got down to the 22 before he was walloped by the combination of Tobias Nate, Tibanaliahi, and Justice Gregg. The Dragons are going for it, sprinting to the line of scrimmage with less than a minute to go here in the half. 4th down and 1 at the Trojan 22. Inside give, Humphrey with the first down. Needed 1, got 2 down to the 20. And the Dragons move the chains.
That makes that run by the quarterback so much more important that he got within 1 yard, had 6 yards to go, and Agnew with the smarts to try to take off.
Tibanaliahi on the stop, but not before. The Dragons convert on 4th and 1. 1st and 10, 45 seconds and counting left to go here in the half. Dragons, drop back, and he's going to be sacked. Agnew is engulfed. What a job flying around by Anthony Famu, but hold the phone. I'm not sure if it's a timeout by Trinity or if the officials just never whistled the play to start. Let's see what they're going to do with the ball. They're marching back to where the ball was spotted at the 20-yard line. And it's going to be an offside call on Trinity. Boy, a tough penalty here. Not only the 5 yards lost on the play, but Agnew is going to be sacked for somewhere between 7 to 10, depending on where they spot it. So the Dragons have it now 1st and 5 with 41 seconds left to go here in the half. Trying to crack the scoreboard for the first time. 2-by-2 spread. Fade pattern right side. It's up in the air. And I think Fentress lost it in the lights in the back corner of the end zone. Matt Munoz a step behind him. Tough for Agnew to put touch on that ball going into what has been a blistering first half win going from left to right.
A nice touch on the football though by the quarterback Agnew. He put it right up. The receiver could go get it, and like you said, Fentress lost it in the lights.
Emery wide left. McGibney slot left. Well, now hold on. They're moving Gordon over. So Gordon slot left, tight left is McGibney. Fentress all alone to the right. They're going to throw it back. Fade right corner and tipped away. My goodness. Shades of Richard Sherman against the 49ers in the NFC Championship game last year as Matt Munoz tips that thing away and keeps it from being a touchdown.
Intelligent play. Munoz knew it was coming. As soon as the ball was snapped and he saw Agnew drop back the pass, he's going, it's the same play. I've got to get in position, and he bats the ball out of the air.
Great speed by Munoz to catch up. Fentress wide right. Gordon slot right. That's the short side of the field. Wide left is Emery. Slot left is McGibney. 29 seconds remain here in the first half. Play fake to Humphrey. Stepping up. It's going to be hit. Agnew spun around and right into the waiting arms of Bevel, who drops him. Loss of 5 back to the 20 on the play. First one there was Tipanaliahi coming around the edge. Bevel finishes off the sack. Carroll, without a timeout, has to run on the field goal unit, and they're going to try a 37-yard attempt into the wind. Maybe the final play of the half. Great kick. Lots of leg on this one. It is up, and it is good at the gun. And the first half ends with excellent execution from the Dragons to finally crack the scoreboard. But the Trojans head in at the half with the advantage. Trinity 6, Southlake Carroll 3. So much for that offensive shootout we were expected, partner.
Yeah, both defenses have played extremely well, and they're not giving much. I mean, from Trinity's side, Thomas, they're getting after it. Guys have the high energy levels that Steve Lineweaver wanted. And from the Dragons' perspective, they're tightening things up inside, not letting one of the best backs in the Metroplex have their way.
What a fun first half it's been, especially, folks, if you're like me and you like defensive football. Trinity 6, Carroll 3. As we enter in to the Texas Health HEB halftime show coming up, we will have stats from the first half with the Dr. Alex Sterling. We'll have your first half highlights with Ryan Mueller. Towards the end of the halftime show, we will have the thoughts of Trinity head coach Steve Lineweaver as Bart Castle will track him as he comes back out of the locker room. But coming up next, we'll take a look at the DFW area scoreboard. Get you caught up in all the action going on all around North Texas tonight as districts are really coming down to the wire. A lot of competitive games. We'll get you all the scores right after these messages. Time now to start the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Your score at the break, Trinity 6, Carroll 3. Trinity Trojan football on Champion Sports Radio continues in a moment.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
At Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford, we don't want you to walk through our doors. Nope, not ever. But we know life can throw you surprises, and when it does, we'll be there. Our experienced staff and technologically advanced care is dedicated simply to your health. From 24-hour emergency trauma care to rehabilitation and therapy to women's health services, we're equipped to handle your health needs. Why leave your health to chance? Visit texashealth.org/HEB to learn more.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org and let your heart be heard.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com. And welcome back here as we continue on with the Texas Health HEB halftime show. The Dragons with a field goal at the gun in the first half. Trojans with a 6-3 lead. And we robbed you guys of one of my favorite parts of the broadcast. Here's your drive summary with Dr. Alex Sterling.
Thank you, Thomas. For Southlake Carroll, 37-yard field goal, 4 first downs, 15 plays, 76 yards on the scoring drive. Took 4 minutes, 56 seconds. And as you said, we are at the half. Trinity 6, Carroll 3. Your scoring drive brought to you by Texas Health HEB.
Thank you, Doc. And what a drive to close out the half by the Carroll Dragons. Ryan Agnew throwing some darts. Some great defensive plays as well, particularly one by Munoz in the end zone to keep it from being a touchdown. If he didn't make that play, the Trojans go into the half trailing for the first time tonight. And right now, this is the 4th district game of the year. 3.5 ball games, just 2 field goals, both of them coming as the clock expires of the half. In the second half last Thursday night against LD Bell, and tonight at the end of the first half against the Carroll Dragons. Those 6 points, the only points given up in district play by the Trinity Trojan defense. Unbelievable job, as per usual. Time now to check the Whirly Ball HEB scoreboard. Get you going all the scores around North Texas. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, shall we? Let's start off in district play, where we really have about the only competitive ball game going on tonight. at Pennington Field. Since the Trojans are away, the Blue Raiders can play, and they're hosting the Colleyville Heritage Panthers tonight on Champion Sports Radio. Ball game you can listen to by clicking on over. Not much of a game right now. Panthers roaring on the road. Colleyville Heritage 28, LD Bell 3. What a great start to this ball game. Heritage with a win last week to be able to maneuver themselves back to the Mendoza line to 500 tonight. Well on their way to getting a victory to go above 500 for Coach Allman in his first season there with the Panthers. So 28-3 the score at the half. Heritage 274 yards of offense. LD Bell just 64. Only one turnover in the game, a Heritage fumble. But LD Bell scored first on a 19-yard field goal by Tyler Dunlap. And then DeMarco Corbin said, "This ball game is mine." 70-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Another 70-yard touchdown run in the second. He tacked on a third touchdown, this time from 26 yards out. And Trevor Anderson scampers in from 1 yard as well, as it's been 28 unanswered for the Heritage Panthers. They racked up 201 yards on the ground to Bell's 37. Dominic Lawson, 5 of 8 through the air, 27 yards. Daniel Dorsett, just 14 carries, 26 yards. It's been tough going tonight against that tough Panther defense. 28-3 the score at the half as Colleyville Heritage is on top of LD Bell. Meanwhile, team that pushed Carroll to the limits a couple of weeks ago, the Coppell Cowboys, a ball game won with a touchdown scored by Lil Jordan Humphrey in the final minute. The Dragons defeated Coppell on October 3rd. Tonight, Coppell at home, and it's not quite as close of a ball game as folks would have thought. We all wondered what Richland had coming in. They got shut out last week against Carroll, 38-0. Tonight, more of the same. Coppell with a 28-7 lead as the Cowboys have the ball, driving. Starting in their end of the field, which is about a minute and a half left to go in the first half. Charles West, 9 carries, 96 yards and a touchdown. Brandon Rice has scored twice. An 8-yard run, a minute and a half into the game. 3.5 minutes into the game, tacks on another one, this time from 4 yards out. Charles West finally got his touchdown halfway through the second quarter, but right now it's all Cowboys, 28-7. As Richland has just 71 yards of offense. Coppell with 221. Coppell also winning the turnover battle, 2-1. Richland has thrown an interception and fumbled once. Coppell with 1 fumble in the ballgame. So a minute and a half before the halftime show, and Coppell 28-7 with the lead on Richland. Other scores from around the Metroplex. Start off in District 4, 6A. Lamar, 20-point lead in the first half over Arlington High. Sam Houston all over Pascal. 48-7 the score there. That's late second quarter. Also in the second quarter, we got a good one brewing in Arlington. Bowie with a 1-point lead over Martin. 15-14 the score there. To 5-6A we go. Geyer with a 15-point lead closing in on the half over Keller Central up at C.H. Collins. Northwest, Byron Nelson, the battle of the Justin ISD, tied at 21 as they've started the third quarter there at Texas Stadium. And Keller with a 2-touchdown lead on Timber Creek, 14-0 the score there at the half. 6-6A. Flower Mound with a lead on Hebron, 14-10. That game's still going on in the first half, and it's been a tough year for the Hebron Hawks. Lots of injuries and still looking for their first win. Flower Mound with a 14-10 lead as they approach the half. Meanwhile, Marcus, a true contender to get into one of those 4 playoff spots in 6-6A, is being tested tonight by the Plano East Panthers in a game going on at Kimbrough Stadium. Marcus has a 14-6 lead as they close in on halftime. And Plano West, not even breaking a sweat tonight against Louisville. The Farmers have played so well throughout the season, have a 500 record on the year and in district play. But sometimes the best laid plans just do not seem to work out so well when you're going up against Soso Jamabo. 11 carries, 120 yards, and 3 touchdowns for the standout senior in the first half. Mark Cooks with a 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown as well. And Soso has hauled in a 54-yard touchdown pass for Robert Colmary. That's right, 4 touchdowns for Soso, and it's a 35-8 lead for Plano West over Louisville at the half. Other scores from around the area, the district that this 7-6A will match up with is 8-6A. Cedar Hill shutting out Grand Prairie tonight, 28-0 to score as they approach the half. DeSoto blowing out South Grand Prairie, 21-0 there. And Duncanville with a 1-point lead on Midlothian, 28-27, a ball game you can listen to by going to sportsoundsradio.com. Duncanville trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. If they make the playoffs along with South Grand Prairie, DeSoto falls to the Division II bracket. If either SGP or Duncanville does not make the playoffs, that means DeSoto will be in Division I. And that affects both teams in this contest. Carroll going to go Division II, Trinity's going to go Division I. So everybody waiting with bated breath to find out where the Eagles will end up. A couple more 6A districts to get to. Irving with a 21-7 lead over R.L. Turner at the half in 9-6A, also in that district. MacArthur, 62-0 lead over Sunset at Kincaid Stadium. And Jesuit racing past Nimitz 30-14. They have a 16-point advantage late second quarter. 10-6A scores a pass along to you. Highland Park had their district winning streak snapped last week by Horn. Tonight, back to their winning ways. They've got a 14-point lead over Lake Highlands at Scott Stadium. 21-7 the score there. Highland Park on top. Scott Smith and Lake Highlands Wildcats. Speaking of Mesquite Horn, they've got a 7-0 lead on Richardson at home at Hamby Stadium. But the Eagles are in the red zone threatening as the game has been delayed. That one's just in the first quarter. J.J. Pierce North Mesquite tied at 14 between the Mustangs and the Stallions. And at the Boneyard, Mesquite with a 7-0 lead on Berkner. That also late in the first half. And finally, at 11-6A action, Lakeview Centennial with a 16-3 lead over Naaman Forest. That ball game close to entering the half. Once again, your score here, it's a defensive struggle. Trinity 6, Southlake Carroll 3. We continue with more of the Texas Health HEB halftime show. When we come back, stats and highlights from the first half. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football exclusively here on Champion Sports Radio. Back to Dragon Stadium after these messages.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
We continue on with the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Your score at the break, Trinity 6, Carroll 3. Thomas Lee, Ryan Mueller, the Dr. Alex Sterling up here. Ross Wunderlich alongside as well. And down in the fields is Bart Castle waiting for the Trojans to come back out. We'll carry the halftime interview with Steve Lineweaver whenever he does re-enter from the locker room. But first, let's get you caught up on a defensive struggle in the first half. Here's the Doc with your halftime stats.
Thank you, Thomas. Let's go team stats first to start this off. Southlake, 8 first downs in the first half, 17 rushing yards, 114 through the air, 131 yards of offense for the Dragons. Had 1 interception for their turnover, 1 penalty, 5 yards, 11 minutes, 17 seconds. Time of possession for the Dragons. For Trinity, 5 first downs in the game, 135 yards rushing, 39 through the air for 174 yards of offense. No turnovers, 3 penalties for 17 yards. 12 minutes, 43 seconds, time of possession for the Trojans. Looking at individuals, for Southlake Carroll, quarterback Ryan Agnew, 10 of 18 passing, 114 yards and an interception. His go-to receiver, Parker Fentress, 4 catches, 61 yards. Tariq Gordon also on the stat sheet, 2 catches, 28 yards. Little Jordan Humphrey, the leading rusher for Carroll, 10 carries, 27 yards. For Trinity, quarterback Tyler Naty, 3 of 6 passing for 39 yards. Also has 51 yards on the ground on 5 carries. Leading receiver for Trinity, Devin Abdullah, the 33-yard catch early in the game. And leading rusher, J-Ron Wilson, 7 carries, 40 yards. So defensive struggle here. Trinity has 3 sacks on Agnew. That hindered some of the rushing attack because Agnew is a dual threat guy for the Dragons. A lot of their game dictates everybody going on Humphreys, and then he has big holes with the running game for him. So great job by Trinity in the first half to hold back the Southlake Carroll offense.
So impressed. Little Jordan Humphrey came in averaging almost 8 yards per carry. Tonight, 2.7. Good stuff, Doc. Thank you so much. Time now to bring in Ryan Mueller. We'll get you caught up if you're just joining us on what happened in the first half. I'll put it this way. A lot of defense was played. And here's your first half recap.
Trinity wins the toss, and they elect to receive. So Steve Lineweaver wants the ball. It's a drive that went 9 plays and 3 first downs, 59 yards, 3 minutes and 32 seconds off the clock. I'll note this drive got off to a great start. J-Ron Wilson with a couple of great runs, Tyler Naty as well, but that Dragon defense kind of stiffened up. And then you have Coach Lineweaver calling out the field goal unit. Here comes Luis Martinez.
Luis Martinez on to attempt an extra point. They're spotted at the 19. It's a 29-yard attempt. Good snap, good hold by Munoz. The kick is up. Plenty of leg on this one. It's up, and it's good for Martinez. So the first points of the night belonging to the Trojans as they take an early 3-0 lead.
So there you have it, 3-0 after the field goal from Martinez. And the Trinity Trojans didn't quite get the result they wanted, but still they capture the first lead of the contest. So Here comes that vaunted Dragon offense. Their own 28-yard line. 5 plays, 16 yards, and under 2 minutes of drive time. But Trinity defensive line, they're wrecking havoc early on, that offensive line for the Carroll Dragons. So they put it right back to the Trojans. And Trinity's second drive starts out on their own 23-yard line and a 3-and-out. Nice job by the Dragons secondary as they are coming up. They are wrapping up J. Ron Wilson and company, and they forced the Trinity Trojans to punt the football away. So Carroll will now get it back, and they get their second crack at the Trinity defense. They start out on the own 33-yard line. They move the ball 6 yards, but it's a 3-and-out, first 3-and-out for the Dragon offense in the game. So they still trail 3-0 to the Dragons. Trojans get the ball back, the third series now. The field position, their own 26-yard line, 3 plays, 7 yards, 1:31 off the clock, but nothing doing once again. Dragons, after giving up the field goal, back-to-back 3-and-outs they force in the contest. So the Dragons get the football, their own 37-yard line, 6 plays, the most plays in the contest thus far, 22 yards, 2 minutes 11 seconds come off the clock, but once again, Trinity slamming the door shut and keeping their 3-0 lead. Trojans get the ball back. Terrible field position. Their worst of the contest. Their own 2-yard line. Wow. 10 plays, though. 2 first downs, 54 yards, and they eat up clock. 4 minutes and 22 seconds, and a chance for Steve Liveweaver to make a call here. Do I go for it? And instead, plays conservative here, and he'll send out his kicking unit once again.
On comes Luis Martinez and the kicking unit. Out of the hold of Munoz. 27-yard kick is up, and it is good. The Trojans with a pair of field goals in this one. That's all the scoring we've had. It's Trinity 6, Carroll nothing. 6:59 left to go here in the first half.
An unbelievable job there by the kicker Martinez, because those points are ever so important, as we can tell in this contest. So the Dragons trailing 6-0, own 18-yard line, 6 plays. They garner a first down. They move the ball 11 yards. And 1:30 come off the clock, and Agnew dropping back to pass. He looks left, and here comes trouble.
3rd down and 10, key down here for the Trojan defense. Dragons on the right hash on their own 30, back to pass. Agnew hit right after he throws, and the ball is almost intercepted. Did he pick it off? Did he hang on? Yes, he did! INT for the Trojan defense! What a job stepping in front of the receiver, Elijah Tassini, with the pick, just the 4th interception for the Trojan defense this season.
And the right time as they finally get to the quarterback, Agnew, and force him to throw that interception. So good news for Trojan fans thus far here in this game. Trinity would get the ball back, and impressive stuff by the Dragon defense, though, after the turnover. Trojans start out on their own 41-yard line to 3-and-out. And we'll take a pause here in the highlight show and throw it down to Bart Castle, who's with Steve Lineweaver. Bart.
Thanks, Thomas and Ryan. Down here on the sideline with head coach Steve Lineweaver. Coach, tough first half. What about the second half?
It's a heavyweight fight. We're about round 7. We're not going to give in. We're going to keep bringing it best we can.
Well, the defense has limited little Jordan Humphreys to 2 yards a carry.
Well, you know, we've done pretty well against the run. That we got to do a little bit better job with their handling their quarterback. Or we had them way down there and get them out of that on 3rd down. That's a nice drive Southlake had right before the half.
And talk a little bit about your own offensive adjustments. You've done a good job in the first half keeping the ball, just not a lot of points to show for it at this point.
Right. We need to finish. And really, it's fundamentals. We're going to look at that second half, at the first half film later on, and find out, man, it wasn't their defense. It was us messing around. So we got to do our assignments correctly, and I'm hoping we'll have better luck on getting some points on the board.
Thanks, Coach. We look forward to a great second half. Ryan and Thomas, back to you.
Thank you, Bart. Steve Lineweaver talked about it, that they're having success stopping the run. Well, the final drive of the first half, Dragons finally able to get the ground game going. 15 plays, their best drive of the entire game. Started from their own 4 first downs, 71 yards, almost 5 minutes of drive time, and Trinity makes a key stop, but it's 4th down, and the Dragon kicking unit has to hurry to get on the field.
Carroll, without a timeout, has to run on the field goal unit, and they're going to try a 37-yard attempt into the wind. maybe the final play of the half. Great kick. Lots of leg on this one. It is up, and it is good at the gun.
Have it, the kick by the Dragon kicker, Jake Olroyd, and it goes through, and it is good, and it cuts the lead to 3, and there's your score at the half. It's Trinity 6, Carroll 3. Thomas, there's a look at your highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Texas Health HEB halftime show continues in a moment. Trojans with the halftime lead. Your score 6-3. It's been an unbelievable ball game so far, one dominated by defense. You think that's going to go the way of the Trojans? We'll see how the adjustments will be made. Carroll in the third quarter has outscored their opponents this year 63-6. They make wonderful halftime adjustments. The Trojans not so bad themselves, outscoring their opposition 41-14 in the third. Step aside for a break. Come back to Dragon Stadium with more of the Texas Health HEB halftime show after these messages. Trinity Trojan football continues in a moment on Champion Sports Radio.
When it comes to keeping your ticker running like clockwork, look no further than Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford. We offer comprehensive heart and vascular services ranging from vascular screenings, electrophysiology, and cardiac cath procedures to minimally invasive thoracic to open heart surgeries and cardiac rehabilitation. What it basically comes down to is you can count on us, like clockwork, for your heart care needs. Learn more at texashealth.org/HEB.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
And that'll do it for the Texas Health HEB halftime show. Your score here from Dragon Stadium. Trinity 6, Carroll 3. Dragons won the opening toss, elected to receive the ball, so the Dragon offense will be out here first to start things in the second half. And I can't wait to see what kind of adjustments are going to be made. Before we have the second half kickoff, let's go ahead and revisit Ryan Mueller's keys to the game.
Yeah, if you look at what I talked about for the Trinity Trojans, it was important for them to run the ball because of the secondary for the Dragons being so quick, and I think you can tell that the fact that the Trojans only have 6 points on the scoreboard, the Dragons have done their job. It's been tough going for Trinity to finish drives with their running game, so lots to work on there in the second half. For Carroll, I talked about the offensive line, and it's been a little bit of a challenge tonight. Trinity's defensive line, their linebackers coming up to help out, and, you know, good to have Drew Jackala back on the offensive line to get that senior leadership in there with Grant Stewart, but tonight it's been a challenge to say the least. So I think Hal Watson's going to call from those 5 guys up front to say, hey, you got to do your job. You got to give our quarterback protection, because when he does have his timing, we saw a couple of deep bombs down the field that were absolutely perfect. He can't do that without those guys up front making some key blocks.
It's so, you look back at the first half and how the Trojans played. So many great plays were made. There were a lot of hard-nosed plays in the interior of the line. I just wonder how do you build off of that? They played so well in holding down an offense that averages over 40 points a contest to just 3 in the first half.
Yeah, and again, it's all about finishing drives, and I wish there was some stat could tell us how the Dragon defense performs when they're backed up against the wall and they have, you know, less green to cover, because they did an outstanding job. As soon as Trinity gets across about the 30-yard line, dip down into the 20, the Dragon defense just seems to play so much better, and I think the proof is in the pudding. Trinity has 6 points. They've been able to capitalize on 2 field goals, but not much doing for an offense that typically runs over defenses.
Let's go down to the sideline before the kickoff. Check in with Bart Castle.
As you talk about second half adjustments, Thomas, from down here on the field, one of the ones that will be interesting to watch on almost all of those plays that Ryan talked about were the really long completions. Either Tippin Aliahi or Anthony Famu had moved over to the left side and was literally right on Agnew, the quarterback, who had a great sense rid of it. It'll be interesting to see what they do on that left side to keep Naliahi and Famu out of the backfield on passing situations.
Thank you, Bart. Here's their second half kickoff. Trojans kicking it off left to right. It's a high, short kick again. Down to the 14-yard line, out across to the 20, to the 25, down the middle of the field, hit and falls forward across the 30 to the 34-yard line. It's a nice return of 20 yards on the play, and the Dragons will start over with great starting field position on their own 34-yard line. The quarterback, Ryan Agnew, a senior. The running back, a junior, Little Jordan Humphrey. The receivers, senior Ryan McGibney, senior Parker Fentress, senior Cameron Emery, and Tariq Gordon, also a senior. They're missing their junior, the second leading catcher on the team, Zach Farrer. Give the offensive line for this 1st and 10 play. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. On the right hash, 1st and 10 Dragons on their own 34-yard line. Humphrey on the right hip of Agnew with a check at the line, now ready to go. 1st and 10 shotgun snap, 4-man rush. Now being flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his right. Agnew's going to tuck it and run. Gets across the 35 and spins down to the 40. That's a 6-yard gain on an improvisational play before being brought down by Viliami Finau. The offensive line from left to right. Lucas Trimble, the junior left tackle. Left guard is Anton Ezard, a junior. Senior center is Grant Stewart. The junior right guard is Chase Stanford or Drew Jackala. They've been rotating on the right side, and Ryan Miller, the sophomore right tackle. Here's a handoff up the middle. Best running play of the night for Carroll as it gets across the 50 and down to the 47 in Trinity territory before Elijah Tassini can bring down Humphrey. It's a 13-yard gain. Quickly to line of scrimmage in the left hash, 1st and 10, 2-by-2 spread. Another inside run for Humphrey. Runs off of one tackle, still alive, and finally brought down at the 43. Close to 5 yards on the play before Sio Kautai can bring him down. Tippin Aliahi, senior defensive end, opposite Anthony Famu, also a senior. Jalon Bevel, a senior inside. And Viliami Finau, a senior as well, the 4-man defensive line for the Trojans. 2nd down and 5 for the Trojan 43. Agnew back to pass. Has time, steps up in the pocket. Crossing route complete. This is McGinnity. He slips one tackle, comes around the right side, and he's going to get close to 7 yards on the play. As he gets to the 35-yard line, it'll be enough for a 1st down. Needed 5, got 7 before he's brought down by the free safety, TJ Kautai. CO Kaltai is the weak side linebacker, a senior. Middle linebacker, a junior, Tobias Nate. Elijah Tassini is a strong side backer, a junior. First down, inside run again. Jalon Bevel bringing down Humphrey. Gets a yard down to the 34, and that's going to be it. The cornerbacks, Matt Munoz, Bobby Cooper, both seniors. Sayanalo, the Rover, a senior, and TJ Kaltai, the senior free safety. Second half starting lineups brought to you by First Texas Bank. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Agnew moves Humphrey over onto his left hip. Second down and 9. Back to pass, looking right, steps, fires, complete to the 30. Tries to sidestep a defender, is forced out shy of the first down, but not by much. Matt Munoz on the money. But again, the Dragon receivers breaking off their routes. It's Parker Fentress with the catch. 7-yard gain. It's 3rd down and 2. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right from the right half. Inside run. Humphrey sidesteps a tackler, gets across the 25 and down for a first down at the 23-yard line. Dragons executing well on 3rd and short situations on this drive.
Well, I think the addition of little Jordan Humphrey, getting him a little bit more involved, has made a difference.
2-by-2 spread, ball in the middle of the field. 1st and 10 at the Trojan 23. Inside run. Chopping down Humphrey low. Flying in for the stop is CO Kaltai. Gain of 1. 2nd and 9 upcoming.
I start to see them kind of get in sync now, the Dragons. And I mentioned it, Humphrey is such a big key in this offense, almost 1,000 yards at 8:57 coming into the contest. When he is in the mix, it keeps the defense on their toes.
McGibney wide right, slot right is Emery. Wide left of the formation is Fentress. Back to either side of Agnew. And now Humphrey splits out slot left. Back to pass, looking left for the wheel route. Nowhere for Agnew to go as he is sacked and dropped. Anthony Famu muscling his way into the backfield for the first sack of the second half.
Famu has been all over this football game at the line of scrimmage. He's been able to stunt. He's been able to twist. He's been able to do everything to get to the quarterback as he saw it. Ryan Agnew was locked in on a receiver, and his head turned to the left, and boom.
2-by-2 spread look for the Dragons on 3rd down and 18 from the Trinity 31. Key play here, 4 down linemen for the Trojans. Agnew back to pass on 3rd and long. Pocket collapsing. He steps up. He's going to be hit, and he is going to be brought down. To be a loss of 3 on the play. Naliahi finally gets him to the turf as the Trojan defense roars to life with their backs up against the goalposts.
It's incredible how much this Trojan defense has been able to move the quarterback around within the pocket to where he cannot get comfortable and can't even get a stance to make a throw. Agnew just spins out of a tackle, steps forward, thinks he has time to throw, and by that point, he's tackled.
Pass back and punting this one away. High into the air, into the wind. It bounces inside the 5, and it's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. Good effort by Jake Oldroyd, but the junior can't quite get it to stay in bounds before it goes into the end zone. So for a 34-yard punt, 24 on the net, and the Trojans will take over 1st and 10 on their own 20. So here comes Tyler Nate and company back out there. The junior quarterback will be joined by Devin Abdullah or Michael Perez. Abdullah a junior, Perez a senior. That's the fullback. Feature back J-Ron Wilson, a junior, 13th in the area in rushing. Justice Wilson, Isaiah Reynolds, Marquise McCray, all senior receivers. Caleb Cumbie, junior tight end. We've seen Caleb Brockington as well, a senior at the tight end position. 2 tight ends, I formation. Second man through gets the handoff. And a great job by Wilson to finish off the run as he gets out across the 25 to maybe the 26-yard line. 6-yard gain before Kevin Kramer can bring him down. The offensive line had their hands full tonight by a great Dragon defensive line, but they have performed well. Patrick Vahi, the quick tackle, the senior headed to Texas. Sio Eli Fakahua, the quick guard, a senior. Senior center Jordan Kazi. Strong guard is Tavita Falahala, a senior, and the senior strong tackle is Saya Mose. 2nd down and 4. Trojans on their own 26. Handoff, second man, trying to turn the corner, and he does. Out across the 30, 35 to the 40. Still on his feet, finally dragged down from behind. Fantastic running by J-Ron Wilson. And he gets a big old pat on the back by Steve Lineweaver after he is forced out of bounds by Andy Chelfin. It goes for 27 yards and a Trojan first down.
Really don't know how he did it because I've mentioned this Dragon defense. They are smart, which means they can angle tackle. Well, it's tough to angle tackle J-Ron Wilson. give him a little bit of room, and he'll give you a whole lot.
1st and 10 Trojans at the Dragon 47-yard line from the left hash. Snap back. Zone read keeper by the quarterback, and he's spun down inside the 45 down to the 43. It's a 4-yard gain on the play for the quarterback, Nate, before he's brought down by Clark Farr. Joey Paulson, the left defensive end, a senior. King Newton, the senior nose guard, and Grady Sullivan, the senior right defensive end. The linebackers, sophomore Jacob Copeland, the strong side backer. Middle linebacker, Hunter Pensum, a senior. Senior weak side backer, Clark Farr, combining on that stop. Joel McClellan, the bandit backer, a senior as well. We'll give you the secondary after this 2nd down and 6 play. Hand off to the second man through. Bowling through. Great hit. Maybe even a better stop by Chelf, though, as the door is slammed shut at the 39-yard line. It's going to set up 3rd down and 2 after a 4-yard run for Wilson. Secondary, Obi Ebo, the left cornerback, a junior. Senior on the right side is Tariq Gordon or Devontae Humphrey-Wade, a senior. Kevin Kramer, the senior strong safety, and Andy Chelf. We've called his name a lot tonight. The standout senior for the Dragons. Handoff flying through, and it's a tackle for loss. Wilson had nowhere to go as the play was absolutely blown up by King Newton with a great move off the interior of the defensive line, knocking Wilson for a 2-yard loss.
It is assignment football, and King Newton knows his assignment. He's got to get across the line of scrimmage in a hurry because it's 3rd and 2. So another case of this Dragon defense doing its job against the Trinity running game.
4th down and 4, and I think the Trojans thought for a moment about going for it. Instead, the punt unit comes out to join the quarterback, now turned punter, Tyler Nate. 5 seconds on the play clock. They may not get it off in time, but a delay of game actually may help create a little more space for Nate to pin the Dragons down deep. Let's go down to the sideline to check in with Bart Castle.
You may remember in talking about King Newton blowing up that play in the pregame show, Hal Wasson talked about that one of the keys to stopping Trinity was getting the defense lined up. He said it doesn't sound that difficult, but it's difficult to execute, but they certainly did so on that play.
Pass back to Nate, the left footer, gets a low line driver, end over end, bounces inside the 15, takes a Trinity hop inside the 10, inside the 5. It's going to be stopped right at the 1. Excellent execution by the punt unit. It goes for 45 yards down to the 1-yard line.
And that's why Steve Weaver made that decision. He trusts the kicking abilities of his quarterback and sends it all the way down to the 1. But remember, go back to the first half. The most consistent drive the Dragons had was when their drive started at their own 4. They went 15 plays, 71 yards. The result was points. It was a field goal, but still points. The Dragons capable of getting out of deep in their own end.
Before the Dragons take the field, let's go to the sideline and check in with Bart once again.
You said it's down to the 1-yard line. I can tell you, looking right down the field at it, it's about 1.5 feet out of the end zone, so it's not even at the yard line.
Trojan fans wishing Christopher Daniels was in there. He might collapse it all by himself. 6 Trojans on the line of scrimmage showing blitz. They're going to hand off, just a power run off the right side, and Humphrey's going to get a yard. Really 1.5 yards as he gets all the way out to the 2-yard line. As Bart astutely pointed out, the ball in between the goal line and the 1-yard line to start the drive. Gain of almost a full 2 yards on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 8 after the tough run by Humphrey, going behind that right side of the offensive line. 2nd down, snap back, another inside handoff, and another 2, maybe 3 yards on the play. As knifing through, trying to find some place to run, is Grant McFarland, the junior, on the carry, before he's brought down by Justice Gregg. 3rd down and 6. Dragons on their own 5 with 4:38 and counting left to go 3rd quarter. Trinity still leading by score of 6-3. Agnew, shotgun snap is back. He's going to pass from his own end zone. Steps and fires left side. Diving back for the ball. Was the catch made? I think they're going to give it to him. Yeah. They're saying that Fentress was able to get his hands under the ball and haul it in at the 13-yard line. It's going to be an 8-yard gain and enough for a 1st down, to the dismay of the Trojan faithful across the side. Of course, we have a big, beautiful jumbotron to see clearly what Trojan fans believe to be an incomplete pass. 2-by-2 spread. Agnew 1st and 10 on his own 14. Back to pass, pocket collapsing, crossing route, catch is made. Great job upending Ryan McGibney. That's Gregg again on the stop limits the gain to 4 yards.
I see that defense for Trinity make the adjustment. They know that crossing route for McGibney, and keying in on it there was the defensive player.
McGibney wide right. That's the short side of the field. Slot left is Gordon. Wide left is Fentress. Handoff, Humphrey. A lot of running room up the middle, across the 20 and down to the 25 to the 26-yard line. Gain of 8 on the play before Kwame Harris, the senior linebacker, can bring him down, and that will be a first down for the Dragons. So we have 3:40 and counting left to go here in the third quarter.
Good balance shown by the Dragons to get out of that hole inside the 1-yard line. Big run plays from Humphrey, and have also been able to get some success through the air.
Emery wide left, slot left is McGibney. Going down the middle, catch is made, and that's a tough one in traffic. Hauling the pass in at the 44-yard line for the Dragons. It's going to be Tariq Gordon as Agnew was on the money just in front of Cowtie. Goes for 18 yards. Back-to-back Dragon first downs, and it looks like Gordon is still down. Tried to be helped up by the Trojan defenders, but again, a combo hit on the tackle. TJ Cowtie was right there and got a little bit of help from Nalo to finally finish him off. And hopefully just knocking the wind out of the Iron Man, Tariq Gordon, the senior. He's got a little limp as he walks off under his own power to the Dragon sideline.
He's one of the favorite targets, too, for Ryan Agnew, second on the team in receiving yards coming into the contest, and he's a big-time player. I mean, Parker Fentress is covered often. He's got to step up and make a play. Well, you couldn't have placed that ball any better than Agnew did. He had to throw it in tight because, as you said, Cowtie was there.
C.J. Bryan, the 5'11", 170-pound senior, comes on for Gordon. McGinnity, Bryan, Fentress, and Emery out there. Flags come flying, and then coming out of the pile is Humphrey. Still on his feet, ankle tackle made across the 40 and down near the 35-yard line by T.J. Cowtie. But there was a penalty flag. There's a penalty flag way back there, and it's going to be offside. It's going to be declined. It's a nice game there by Humphrey. Goes for 21 yards and a Dragon first down, 1st and 10. From the Trojan 35. Now penalty flags fly, whistles will blow, and I'm pretty sure this one's going to be on the Dragons. Here's our referee. It is going to be a false start on the Dragons. Bevel is right there in front of Lucas Tribble. Bevel has timed some snap counts to perfection in this ball game. Tribble making sure he tries to protect Agnew and company. This is an inside handoff. Humphrey staying alive, and the Trojan defense finally rides him down after a gain of close to 5 back near the original line of scrimmage. 3 and 4 Trojan defenders finally combined to bring him down, led by Anthony Famu. And it's going to be second down and 11 now for the Dragons.
The C's part quickly, but then they close quickly as well. It's a pretty good run here to get those 5 yards back.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Back to pass. Humphrey staying in to protect. Over the middle. Huge hit. The Dragon receiver hangs on. That's a great catch by C.J. Bryan, the senior. Right at the 30-yard line. Kwame Harris with the boom of the hit on the crossing route. It is a catch. It's going to be third down now, and I believe 4 or 5 yards necessary for the first. Harris with his helmet off now taking a knee. I don't know if he didn't inflict as much damage on himself as he did on the receiver, C.J. Bryan.
Well, he came to a complete stop to really tackle the receiver at the C.J. Bryan at his feet, and have a collision. Hope he's okay.
Harris walking off under his own power. Steve Lineweaver and the training staff coming out to check on him. Gets the old pat on the shoulder pad from Coach Lineweaver. And I bet we'll see Kwame Harris back in the ball game here momentarily. He's got to come out for at least one play, though. Play was stopped and his helmet came off.
Still a big-time catch, though, by C.J. Bryant. Take a hit like that. You got to keep your hands clutched to the football, and he did.
Running on late is Brooks Pannell, the senior receiver. It's 3rd and 4, the 10th play of the Dragon drive. Line of scrimmage, the Trojan 29 from the left hash. Back to pass, play action fake. No, they hand it off, and he's brought down. Tackle for loss on the play. And what a great job of stringing it out. The combination of Tipanaliahi and Justice Gregg bring down Humphrey in the backfield. 4th down and 6 in decision time here for Hal-Wasson.
And they rotate over so well. They get off the ball quickly. Once it's snapped, it seemed like the entire defensive line knew where that ball was going. They rotate to the left and get it done.
Fans on both sides on their feet. 4th down and 6 with a minute and a half left to go in the third quarter. Trinity with a 6-3 lead. But the Dragons have it 4th and 6 at the Trojan 31. They need to get inside, just inside the 25. 2-by-2 spread. Agnew, heavy pressure, steps up, fires, deep ball down the right side, has a man right through the fingertips. He was open. He couldn't bring it in. Intended for Parker Fentress. Matt Munoz was about a half step behind him. Agnew did everything he could, put it on the money. Fentress just couldn't quite hold on to it, and it's a turnover on downs forced by the Trojan defense.
Beautiful pass. I mean, a couple of times tonight, Agnew has been robbed because of drop passes, and this is uncharacteristic of the Dragons. I mean, they are usually some of the best receivers with great hands, and, oh, man, they'd love to have that one back.
2 receivers right. 2 tight ends on the left side. They're going to do a counter back to the right side, trying to find a hole, knifes through, gets a couple of yards. And that's it. J-Ron Wilson is tracked down.
Wilson on the carry. He's out to the 33-yard line, tackled by Joseph.
A couple of Dragon defenders in there on the stop.
2-yard gain on the play. 2nd down, Trojans.
It's going to be 2nd down now and 8.
Yeah, and that's big. Again, just giving up the 2 yards on 1st down to the Trojans has really paid dividends tonight. That's short yardage that the Dragons are giving them on 1st and 2nd down.
Single setback, play action fake. Nate rolling to his left, turns and throws, has a man, it's in and out of the hands. Oh my, what a well-designed play. Couldn't be hauled in though by Abdullah as Kevin Kramer had a step away, but great pass on the money by Nate. These 2 quarterbacks' stats at the end of the night are not going to look as good as they should, as receivers are not helping him out too much.
Well, they've got to fight through traffic, too. I mean, right in his way, Joe McClellan had his hands raised up real high. Both quarterbacks having to fight through traffic tonight.
2 receivers left for the Trojans. 3rd down and 8 on their own 33. Play action fake. Nate sidesteps the defender, still on his feet, looking around. It's going to be hit. The ball comes loose. The Trojans pounce back on top of it. Boy, that is a huge play by one of the biggest men on the field, Saya Mose, getting on top of the fumble by Nate. It was almost a Trojan turnover. Instead, it's just going to be a loss back to the 27-yard line and punting time for Trinity.
I'm not sure, what Nate was trying to do there, because he was upended and stood up and maybe thought that he could somehow throw a pass downfield, and that ball just kind of fell off of his fingertips and down to the turf. Disaster.
That'll do it for the third quarter of play. Your score as we head to the fourth. Trinity 6, Carroll 3. The defensive slugfest continues. Listening to Trinity Trojan football on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
The fourth quarter we go. Trinity with the lead, 6-3, but facing a fourth down now and 14. They will punt it away. Line of scrimmage, their own 27-yard line. soon as the commercial's done at Dragon Stadium, we can get underway. All right, there's the whistle. Good pass back to Nate. Left footer gets it. Way bomb of an end-over-end kick. Fair catch call for and made at the 45-yard line. A little Bronx cheer over here on the Dragon side of the field. 28 yards on the punt, nothing on the return. The rolls for Nate have been so good tonight. That's the reason you heard the reaction from the Dragon faithful.
Yeah, finally a chance to get some good field position here, and I think there's been probably 2 plays that you could say could have been touchdowns for the Carroll Dragons tonight. They have not been able to capitalize, so Dragon fans just waiting to erupt, wanting to finally have that big play. We'll see what happens.
Texas Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company and TLC Electrical.
First down and 10. Great starting field position for Carroll on their own 45-yard line. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Empty set for Agnew. First and 10. Snap back, 3-man rush. Looking for somebody. Turns, and he's going to be hit. He runs through the tackle. Still alive. Rolling to his right, to the 35, to the 40. Tries to get to the sideline, and he's going to be brought down shy of the midfield stripe. Great hustle by Tobias Nate. Tibanaliahi also there on the stop. Instead of an 8-yard sack, it's going to go as a 3-yard rush for the quarterback, Agnew.
And Naliali was there first. He was right near the feet of Ryan Agnew and almost had him brought to the turf.
Second down, Dragons.
2nd and 7. Dragons on their own 48. Snap is back, inside run. Bouncing it to the outside is Humphrey, and he's going to get down inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. Needed 7, got 8. And I think, the Trojan coaches are signaling a fumble and a recovery. Let's see what the officials have to say about it. They're looking around at each other. Steve Lineweaver and about a half dozen Trinity coaches are out there. And they're going to signal first down for the Carroll Dragons.
Ball spotted at the 44-yard line of the Trojans.
And I think our referee's going to have some explaining to do over on the Trinity sideline. Now we have a Trinity player down on the interior of the defensive line. That's not a good sign as Viliami Finau is slow to get up. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we are not going to see a replay of that last run by Humphrey on the Jumbotron here at Dragon Stadium.
But we saw a replay when Parker Fentress grabbed that catch.
How ironic is that?
Funny how that works. Man, oh man, what a game this has been. And you mentioned the starting field position for the Carroll Dragons. Their own 45 is where this started. Their best starting field position besides that was their own 37, resulted in a punt. So they want to do something here with this drive.
Dragons will have it 1st and 10. Couple of injuries on the defensive line now. Bevel trying to pump up the defense for the Trojans. 1st and 10 Dragons, the Trinity 44. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. High snap down into the belly of Humphrey, and he lunges forward across the 40 and down to the 39, maybe even the 38-yard line, gain of 6. And with how lanky Humphrey is, he turns those shoulders and knifes downhill, always picking up 3 and 4 extra yards each play. It's pretty impressive. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Another run. This time he's going to be grabbed. Tried to drag him backwards is Bevel. Humphrey fights forward, gets a couple of yards, sits up 3rd and 2.
You're right, Thomas. That 6'5" frame that he has, he uses every bit of it and stretches out, keeps those legs churning. He's a big part of the reason why the Dragons have had success this year.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Wouldn't be surprised if little Jordan Humphrey gets it again. 3rd and 2, handoff right down the middle. He's going to be stopped. Needed 2, only got about a half yard as Humphrey is brought down by Makoni Pole, the 5'11", 288-pound junior. Again, both Finau and Daniels have been injured and are out of the game right now, so some subs rotating in. No gain on the play, 4th and 2. The Dragons are going to roll the dice and go for it. From the Trojan, 36 on the left hash. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. High snap, down to Humphrey. Lowers his shoulder, needed 2, got 3. And again, turns sideways and slink through for a Dragon first down.
He just finds that little bit of a seam, and I think he was stood up for maybe about a half second and then fell forward and kept his knee from hitting the ground, and that's a nice first down by the back.
Humphrey still on the ground. Training staff will come out and check on him. Beautiful night here at Dragon Stadium and a beautiful ball game, especially if you like defensive intensity. Trojans with a 6-3 lead, 9:51 remaining here in the fourth quarter. The Carroll Dragons are driving. They've got a fresh set of downs, 1st and 10 at the Trinity 33-yard line. Humphrey hops up now and jogs off the field. Good to see the young man going to be okay. Grant McFarland, the junior, comes in to replace him in the backfield. Have not seen Tariq Gordon since he went out with injury. C.J. Bryan, wide right. Slot right, Cameron Emery. McGinnity, slot left. Wide left is Fentress. 2-by-2 spread formation for the Dragons on the left hash. Snap back, Agnew. Pocket collapsing. He's going to be hit. Sacked all the way back at the 46-yard line. My goodness, it's a loss of 13 on the play as Kwame Harris comes through the linebacker blitz to bring down Agnew.
Trinity has picked their spots when they want to blitz tonight, and it seems like more times than not that has paid off, where they let Ryan Agnew get a little bit comfortable, let him have some time. I know we've seen a lot of running plays on this drive, but still, nice effort by Trinity to pick that spot and take advantage of it.
6th sack tonight by the Trojan defense. 2nd down and 23 from the Trojan 46. Agnew back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. Rolling to his right. He's going to try to take off. Runs through one tackle. Is going to be hit and dropped at the 40. Great job by Agnew to at least get something on the play. Gain of 6 on the scramble. It's going to be 3rd down and 17 now for the Dragons. Tassini and Nate combining on the stop of the quarterback scramble.
He's been able to improvise quite a few times tonight, shaking off tackles and getting his team in a position where they still are in striking distance of the 1st down.
2-by-2 spread for the Dragons. Wide right is Fentress. Slot right is Bryan. Slot left, McGinnity. Wide left, Emery. Back to pass on 3rd and 17. Pocket collapsing. Now, oh no, he takes off right through the middle to the 35, to the 30. Angling to the left, he turns, has the 1st down. On 3rd and 17, he takes off and picks up 18 yards. And it's a Dragon 1st down.
Bounced off 1 or 2 would-be tackles and found some green, and he was off to the races. The man has taken a beating tonight and got right back up.
Nate finally gets him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. 1st and 10, the Trojan 22. Handoff Humphrey. Back to the line of scrimmage, and nothing more than that. As everybody takes a breath. Tackle on the play by Anthony Famu. 8 minutes and counting left to go, 4th quarter. Trinity 6, Carroll 3.
Agnew is going to have some bruises tomorrow. There is no question about it. Some punishing blows from this Trinity defense, but I got to give the man all the credit in the world for getting right back up and getting his team ready to go.
If we had an interview right now with Agnew, he'd say it's worth it to pick up 18 yards on a 3rd and 17 scramble. 2-by-2 spread for the Dragons. On the Trojan 22, 2nd and 10. Pass right side up in the air, and it's incomplete. Now the flag comes in very late from the line judge. Matt Munoz was there on the coverage. Pass intended for Fentress. And it looks like it's going to be pass interference on the defense, the initial indication. We will hear from our referee here momentarily. And instead of an incomplete pass in 3rd and 10, they'll go half the distance to the goal. It'll be 1st and 10 now for the Dragons.
And I think the reason for that is I think the contact was early, even though it was a late call. And Agnew was hit, but he expected Fentress to be in a different spot to catch that football, and he wasn't because there was contact.
Steve Lineweaver and the coaching staff of the Trojans trying to convince the referees that it was an uncatchable ball. We'll see referee now talking things over with his umpire. Looks like they're about to march off a penalty against Trinity. See what happens here. Here is our referee. Well, they're still talking things over. Back judge comes in. He's got to say his piece. It's going to be a penalty against Trinity.
And I think that's the right call, Thomas, because I think the contact came early enough, and that may be the reason why the ball was was uncatchable, because it was nowhere where Fentress should have been to make the catch.
They march off 15 yards. It'll be 1st and goal now from the 7 for the Dragons. Fentress wide right, that's the wide side of the field. Slot left, McGibney. Wide left, Emery. Two backs in the backfield with Agnew. First and goal. Handoff to the second man, McFarland. He tries to knife off the left side of the line, gets about a yard.
Handoff goes to
Down to the 6 before he is tackled there. 7:15 and counting left to go, fourth quarter. Trinity still leading 6-3. They haven't trailed in the ballgame, but the Dragons are threatening second and goal.
And they keep pounding that rock. The Dragons keep coming at it. And this is where the Trinity defense is really going to get tested. How can they perform here inside the 10-yard line?
Fentress wide right, McGibney slot right. That's the wide side of the field. Emery wide to the left. McFarland to his right, Humphrey to his left. Shotgun set on second and goal from the 6 for Agnew. High snap down into the hands of McFarland. Tries to come around the left side. He's going to lose a couple of yards. And great penetration by that Trojan defense. Sayanalo, the rover, knifing in. It's a 2-yard loss for McFarland.
God, the secondary has helped out in such a big way for Trinity. They are rotating over, helping out. And even when so much attention is paid to Humphrey, they find McFarland. That's good alertness.
3 down linemen for the Trojan. 3rd down and goal from the 8 for the Dragons as we hit the halfway point of the fourth quarter. Snap is back on 3rd down, throws it up left side. It is caught but short of the goal line. Catch is made. They're going to mark him down at the 3-yard line. Bevel with a huge hit rushing the throw. Pass is hauled in by Emery. Hal Wasson sends on his field goal unit to try to tie it up.
I think defenders and receivers both were expecting that ball to be in the end zone, and that's why you saw McGivney come in and get the football.
Out of the snap of IV Seacat, the hold of Montana Murphy. Here is Jake Oldroyd. Good snap, good hold. Kick is up, but this one is blown dead. No play happened. Flags fly, whistles blow. Everybody on their feet here at Dragon Stadium as this one is coming down to the wire. 5:27 left to go in the fourth quarter. The officials probably a little more involved in this ball game than some would like here in the stadium. Looks like it's going to be, initial indication is offside on the Trojans. So they're going to move from the 3 to the 1.5. And the Dragons are all looking to the sideline going, Coach, are we going to go for it or what? Field goal unit stays out there. It's going to be shorter than an extra point, and now Carroll's going to take a timeout and think about it. 1.5 yards away. And, folks, this is one of the important things about this ball game. The 3 previous times that Carroll and Trinity have met, the winner advanced and the loser's season was done. Tonight, they're both playing next week no matter what. This is just a district ball game, although it feels like a third-round playoff game.
But why do they always come down to to the wire, where it's in the last 5 minutes of the game where the game is decided? It's unbelievable the way these two teams, as competitive as they are, now Carroll with a chance to have to make a decision. Should we tie it right now with 5+ to go, or do we roll the dice and get it in the end zone for a touchdown? Quite the dilemma for Hal Wasson right now.
Looks like Agnew is right in the middle of the offensive huddle for the Carroll Dragons. Let's go down to Bart Castle on the sideline.
Thomas, you mentioned early in the game the NASCAR offense of the Dragons, and then you mentioned just a few plays ago it'll require Trinity to drag down. You can really tell with players coming in and out, the pace of this ball game has gotten to be a challenge, and we may see right here on this play whether or not the Dragons can outlast the Trojans here late in the going.
4th down and goal from the 2, and the Dragon offense is back on the field. Full house. Agnew in a pistol formation with Humphrey behind him. Snap back, handoff Humphrey right up the middle, tries to leap, dive towards the goal line, and he's in for a touchdown. 2-yard touchdown run for little Jordan Humphrey. The first touchdown of the ball game for either team. And the Dragons take their first lead of the contest with 5:16 left to go here in the fourth quarter.
Well, he better get plenty of high fives coming back to the sideline because It was Humphrey. It was all about him in that drive. He set the tone from the very beginning, and he's able to stamp an exclamation point and get the 6.
PAT is up. Heavy rush, but able to get it off, and the kick is up and good for Jake Oldroyd. 5:16 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Carroll with their first lead. They lead Trinity 10-6. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio. Back to Dragon Stadium after these messages.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio. Your home for championship social media.
Southlake Carroll takes their first lead of the game after a 2-yard touchdown run by tailback Little Jordan Humphrey. 5 first downs, 14 plays, 55 yards in the touchdown drive. Took 6 minutes, 39 seconds. 5:16 to go here in the game. Trinity trailing Carroll 10-6. Scoring drive brought to you by Texas Health HEB.
Down to the sideline of Bart Castle.
Thomas.
Yes, Bart.
On that last play, it really was. Him stop before he went over the goal line. The last surge, and he just did get himself into the end zone. So a valiant effort there. It looked like momentarily they had him stopped.
Dragons kicking off left to right. What could have been. Maybe what would have been if the Trojans weren't down a couple of defensive linemen in 2. Here comes Oldroyd. High short kick on the left side. Catch made at the 24. Running straight downfield across the 30 and down to the 33-yard line. So they teach you as an up man. You're going to catch it, just go straight downfield. And that's what Perez did there. Sets up the Trojans 1st and 10 at their own 34-yard line. With 5:12 remaining in the fourth quarter, Trojans trailing for the first time tonight by a score of 10-6.
I think that this is where you look back to the teams you talked about that Trinity played. Rockwall, Heath, Lancaster, North Shore. That experience for this moment right here.
Isaiah Reynolds wide right. That's the wide side of the field. Wide left is McCray. McCray in motion left to right across the formation. Hand off to him, streaking around the right side, turns the corner. 35-40, takes on a tackler. He's going to get 7, maybe even 8 yards on the play before he is brought down by one of those talented safeties. That's Chelf once again on the stop. Gain of 8, 2nd and 2.
Good to see that Trinity has kind of gotten back to the trickeration that we've seen in the backfield. Fake handoffs. They're getting a few more characters involved. McCray with a nice carry there.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Now McCray in motion. Handoff, no, play fake. Keeper by Nate. Runs through 1 tackle, straight forward. Needed 2, got 3, got 4. Still moving the pile. And finally brought down the 46-yard line. It's a gain of 4 on the play before he's brought down by McClellan and Kramer. It's a first down for the Trojans, brought to you by Whirly Ball HEB.
And again, there's so much talent in the backfield. Tyler Nate's great. Jaron Wilson, McCray, use all of them. A little misdirection goes a long way for this Trojan offense.
1 receiver wide left, I formation, 22 personnel. Handoff and hit in the backfield and dropped. Jaron Wilson goes nowhere. Clark Farr, the weak side linebacker, in on the stop. Loss of 3.
The formula that has worked for Trinity for so many years is how they can amass long drives, and that's what they're trying to do right here, and that's a big-time tackle. Get all the way across the line of scrimmage and push the Trojans back.
2nd and 13. Trojans on their own 43. Ball near the left hash. I formation. Nate under center. Handoff, second man through. It's Wilson lowering his shoulder, carrying tacklers. Across the 45 to the 46, maybe even the 47. Set up 3rd down and 9 as a stop is made. Once again, it's McClellan and Kramer on the stop for the Dragon defense.
I think Kramer has been somewhat of an unsung hero, the guy that has controlled the secondary. Him and Shelf, they've had some key tackles tonight to bottle up these running backs for Trinity.
Two receivers wide to the right. McCray slot right. Reynolds wide right. Shotgun set for Nate on 3rd and 9. They're going to roll the pocket right, looking downfield, steps and fires, and there's contact, and the ball is intercepted. Dragons pick it off. Kevin Kramer with the INT. Southlake has it. 1st and 10 on their own 45 with 3 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter.
Just as I say it, Kramer, an unsung hero, he just stays focused. That ball came in, it hit McCray on the hands, and just popped loose, and you've got to be ready for anything in this game. And, boy, Mr. Johnny on the spot. Nice job by Kramer to collect the football, fall to the turf, and that's a huge turnover.
First turnover of the ball game for the Trojans. Could be very costly. 3 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll with the ball in a 10-6 lead. 1st and 10 on their own 45. Ball on the left hash. One receiver left. Two to the right. After Emery ran on late from the sideline. Play clock down to 13. There's a snap, inside run, and still running hard. Hit the backfield, still surging forward. And that's the junior, Grant McFarland, on the carry. Hernan Figueroa in on the stop after the 4-yard gain. Timeout taken by the Trojans. We'll take it with them. 2nd and 6 for Carroll when we come back. They're at their own 49. They've got a 4-point lead with 2:52 left to go in the fourth quarter. Trinity Trojan football continues in a moment. You're listening to Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
.252 left to go in the fourth quarter. Carroll 10, Trinity 6. One team will fall from the ranks of the unbeaten tonight. Dragons with a 4-point lead. They have it 2nd down and 6 on their own 49-yard line. Ball on the left hash. One receiver left, one to the right. Flex tied into the left as well. That's the short side of the field. Back to either side of Agnew. Shotgun snap is back. Handoff. This is McFarland. He is hit in the backfield. Is going to be dropped. For a loss of 2, it's going to bring up 3rd and 8. Another timeout taken by Trinity. We'll be back for the 3rd down play after these messages. 2:46 left to go, fourth quarter. Carroll 10, Trinity 6. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
2:46 left to go, fourth quarter. Carroll 10, Trinity 6. Dragons have it 3rd down and 8 on their own 47. Trojans down to one final timeout. That Trojan defense needs a stop here. 2 receivers wide right, 1 to the left. Agnew back to either side, shotgun set, 3rd down and 8. Back to pass, throws out a deep out right side, and it goes over the head of Fentress. Great coverage by Munoz on the play. 4th down and 8 and punting time for Carroll, and that means the Trojan offense gets a chance at redemption.
And Munoz has had the tough job tonight of covering one of the best receivers on the Carroll Dragons. Came in over 400 yards receiving Fentress, and the idea there, Agnew trying to put it up so the 6'2 receiver could get it.
Munoz back deep to receive, following the ball, tracking it towards the sideline. It goes out of bounds. That's a great kick by Jake Oldroyd. Goes out at the I think 19 is where they're finally going to mark it. 35 yards on the punt. No return. But most importantly for Trinity, only 26 seconds come off the clock on that Dragon drive. Ball goes out of bounds at the 18 before the first down play. Let's check in with Bart on the sideline.
Well, the Trojans, regardless of the score, have showed their mettle tonight. Been without Chris Daniels since the second series. He now has had challenges throughout the ball game. They've played tough.
First down and 10, Trojans on their own 18. Diamond formation. Handoff, sweeping around the edge, trying to get a block, turns the corner to the 20, to the 25, and finally forced out of bounds. That's McCray with the handoff. He's going to take it for 7 yards. Finally ridden out of bounds by Andy Chelf. And the clock stops at 2:27 left to go in the fourth quarter.
It's the right play call. Sweep to the side, try to get out to the edge. Does two things. You pick up the 7 yards, and the running back gets out of bounds.
McCray wide left. That's the short side of the field. Reynolds wide right. Toss sweep. They're going to go to the right side. The far side of the field. They're going to turn the corner to the 30. 35. Tackled out of bounds. Great running room there by J-Ron Wilson. Goes for a gain of 13 before Chelf rides him out, and it's a first down for the Trojans at their own 38. Again, going out of bounds, the Trojan runner stops the clock with 2:20 left to go here in the fourth.
I'm surprised that the Dragons' defense was as out of position as it was there with that toss sweep, but Trinity takes advantage and gets the first down.
Cruz Aranda comes into the ball game. He's going to be wide left in the formation. Slot left is Isaiah Reynolds. Looking to pass. They go for a quick slant over the middle, and the catch is made by Reynolds. 9 yards on the catch. No, excuse me, 10 yards. They're going to mark him down at the 48. That's a first down before Kevin Kramer can bring Reynolds down. Great job mixing it up by the Trojan offensive staff. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Again to the air. Pass right side, misdirection. Cruz Aranda was going for a block, and he had a great seal block there. The problem was the pass was intended for him as his back was to his quarterback.
And a little miscommunication, and, you know, I know Nate's a little frustrated there, but at the same time, Trinity, so much emphasis on the run, trying to pick things up here. They have a little over 2 minutes, so try to keep that defense guessing here as they know how important it is to get a touchdown.
Michael Perez to the left of the quarterback. Nate Wilson to his right in a shotgun set. Second down and 10. Trojans on their own 48. Field goal will not help. They need a touchdown. Pass, seam, caught. Knifes through 2 defenders and gets down inside the 40 to the 36-yard line. On the money to Marquise McCray. Nate takes it for 14 yards before Hunter Pinsom brings down McCray, and it's a first down for the Trojans. 1:55 and counting now left to go here in the fourth. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Again to the air. Pass. Going for it. Oh, down the left side. Has a man, and it's caught. Into the end zone. No, a flag comes out. He did not hang on to the ball. But a penalty flag comes in as the pass was intended for Isaiah Reynolds. Here's the official indication. Pass interference on the defense. It's a 15-yard penalty on the Dragons. Now the Trojans can taste it. Devontae Humphrey-Wade playing for the injured Tariq Gordon had single coverage on Reynolds on the outside. Love the call for the Trojans going for the home run.
Oh, it's a gutsy call because I think Hal Watson's thinking this is typical Trinity football. They're going to try to keep this thing on the ground, run the clock out. Instead, they go for the jugular, and Tariq Gordon called for the pass interference.
1:45 left in the fourth quarter. Carroll 10, Trinity 6. First and 10 at the Dragon 21 for the Trojans. Diamond formation. Handoff McCray. No, keeper. Nate up the middle. Boom, in his way down to the 10. First down, Trojans. It'll be first and goal. Shelf once again giving up his body, trying to bring down the 237-pound rumbling quarterback.
And another different look where you have it, the quarterback keeper right up the gut, and it pays dividends. Love the play calling here.
90 seconds and counting left in the fourth quarter. First and goal, Trinity. Nate under center. I formation. Toss sweep left side. Wilson looking for some running room. tries to turn the corner, is hit and ridden out of bounds. Great tackle on the play by Humphrey Wade. Clock stops with 1:17 left to go to be 2nd and goal now for Trinity. It's a 1-yard loss back to the 10.
Just trying to string it out, and a couple of times that has worked tonight. I say couple. It's been more than that tonight when they've stretched it out to the outside, but an even better play by Humphrey Wade to get all the way over and keep pace with the back.
Reynolds brings in the play from the sideline and splits out wide to the right. Play clock down to 7. Trojans break the huddle. Perez in front of Wilson. Nate gets up under center. 2 on the clock, and the Trojans take their final timeout of the half of the ball game. Play clock was all the way down to 1. We'll step aside for a break. 1:17 left to go, 4th quarter. What a ball game we have. We knew it would be good, folks. We're so glad you joined us tonight on Champion Sports Radio. 1:17 left to go here in the 4th quarter. The Dragons have a 10-6 lead over the Trojans. We'll be back to Dragon Stadium after these messages on Champion Sports Radio.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Second down and goal from the 10. Trojan fans on their feet, so are the Dragon fans. Everybody standing here at Dragon Stadium. 1:17 left to go, 4th quarter. Carroll with a 10-6 lead. Trojans 2nd and goal from the 10. Single setback is Wilson. Stretch play, fake, rolling to his left, stopping. Goes down. I don't know if he was down. The officials never blew the whistle. It's so loud in here, nobody can hear the whistle. Nate tried to stop, reverse his field, and it's going to be a sack back at the 15.
The referee sure took his time, though. He was pretty hesitant to make that call. It was not a deliberate call. That's frustrating for a quarterback, Tyler Nate, who has really grinded things out tonight.
Trojans with 2 downs to get 15 yards. 43 seconds and counting left to go here in the 4th. Diamond formation. 3rd and goal from the 15. Handoff. McCray turns the corner, looking for some blocking. Is hit and tackled at the 8. Clock continues to run. 30 seconds left to go. The Trojans will have time for one more play. It'll be 4th and goal now from the 9.
Wow, and he did have a blocker with him. It was J-Ron Wilson, Thomas, leading the way.
The ball game comes down to this. I remember on this field, the Trojans winning on the final play of the game in the 3rd round against the Coppell Cowboys back in 2010. Can they do it again? Clock down to 5, to 4, to 3. Nate waiting for the snap to 2 to 1, and they didn't get the snap off. The Dragons win it. Fourth and goal from the 9. And Trinity couldn't get the final play off before the gun sounds. And the Carroll Dragons hang on. And a come-from-behind victory hand the Trojans their first loss of 2014.
And this one's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for a while for the Trojans and their fans. But you know what? It was a heck of a football game. And guess what? Next week you get to play another regular season game, and you get to go on to the playoffs if you're the Trinity Trojans. So I don't think they need to be hanging their heads too much after this ball game. Hard fought for both sides. You look to next week.
The good news is these two teams will not meet in the postseason. Trinity will go the Division I route. The Carroll Dragons will go Division II. But tonight, at home, the 3rd-ranked team in the state, the Dragons, up in the Trojans, the 4th-ranked team in Texas. Your final score, 10-6, as Carroll gets the victory. Step aside for a break. We'll begin the First Texas Bank post-game show after these messages. Dragons with the win tonight, first loss of the year for the Trojans. Back to Dragon Stadium after these messages. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
This broadcast is under the direction and is copywritten by Champion Sports Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, and any and all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Champion Sports Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Champion Sports Radio and ChampionSportsRadio.com. This is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcasts.
When it comes to keeping your ticker running like clockwork, look no further than Texas Health Harris Methodist Hospital, Hurst-Euless-Bedford. We offer comprehensive heart and vascular services ranging from vascular screenings, electrophysiology, and cardiac cath procedures to minimally invasive thoracic to open heart surgeries and cardiac rehabilitation. What it basically comes down to is you can count on us, like clockwork, for your heart care needs. Learn more at texashealth.org/HEB.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 4 million brain injuries occur every year due to sports in the U.S. They also estimate that 70% of concussions go unreported. Not identifying concussions early can be devastating, especially if the athlete continues to play with symptoms. Catching hard hits fast is critical, and that's why you need the Shockbox Helmet Impact Sensor. The Shockbox is a small sensor that easily attaches to most football, lacrosse, and hockey helmets and instantly sends a signal to a smartphone on the sidelines when the player has taken a hard hit that puts them at higher risk for injury. The free app receives data from the sensor, displays information about the impact, and even walks the user through a concussion assessment. The app also logs symptom and impact data for future medical use. Visit ShopboxDFW.com to learn more about the Shockbox Impact Alert Sensor and determine if it is the right option for your child. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. ShockboxDFW.com. Final score 10-6. The Dragons with a come-from-behind win. Knock off the Trojans' first loss for either team this season. Trinity's record now falls to 7-1, 3-1 in 7-6A, and that snaps their tremendous district winning streak. Tough ball game. I think the hardest part is the way that it ended. And we'll talk more about that here in just a minute. Thomas Lee here upstairs, along with Ryan Mueller, the Dr. Alex Sterling, Ross Wunderlich alongside as well. Mark Castle down on the sideline waiting to get some thoughts of Steve Lineweaver. And, of course, Trojan fans are sitting at home saying, well, at least it wasn't a playoff game. The season will continue. But such a weird ending. And, partner, I thought you had the best summation of all of our emotions here in the broadcast booth.
Well, I was just thinking about it. You know, if you've ever seen The Sopranos, and I'm sorry if you haven't at this point in your life, it is a great show on HBO, and I think at this point everybody's heard how it ended, and it was such a build-up at the end, the last episode, and all of a sudden it just cut to black, and with no resolution whatsoever. And I think that's how we all feel after this game has ended. We just wanted a resolution. There was one more play, and we didn't get to see it, and that hurts. And I know that everybody in that Trinity locker room is going to feel that tonight. But like I said, this is a regular season game. The Trinity Trojans season does not end tonight.
Tackle was made down at the 8-yard line, about 30 seconds left to go. Thought there was plenty of time for the Trojans. They couldn't get it off. Let's hear from the head coach of the Trojans, Steve Lineweaver. He's downstairs at Bart Castle.
Thanks, Thomas and Ryan. Down on the field, as you said, with head coach Steve Lineweaver. Coach, it might be summed up. I heard one of your own coaches say, wow, I'd have paid to come to this game.
Yeah, that's better than watching an old movie, I guess, come on Friday night and watch high school football. This certainly was a classic. I kind of felt like it'd be a heavyweight fight, and we just came up one play short.
Well, it looked like all night. I tell you, kudos to the defense. You had a number of people go down, including Chris Daniels early in the ball game, and they just stayed after it the whole night. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I think that's credit to Coach Ryan developing the depth. We played a bunch of guys all year, and so when we do get a little sprained ankle or something, well, the other guys are confident and they know what to do, and they've made plays for us all year. So,
well, no coach likes to lose. We don't need to say all that stuff about that. However, might that, given that that's what transpired, might that depth and now kids getting some action in a big ball game like this be helpful as you go down the road, should they be needed?
I think we can close out better, hopefully. It's a good experience. We needed a game like this. Like you say, it's no fun to lose, but that's a quality opponent, a number 3 in the state, and maybe they'll climb higher. Who knows?
Talk a little bit, that last drive was an impressive mix. You threw some passes. You took a shot into the end zone. Talk a little bit about that last drive.
Well, people don't really know us. They think we never work on a pass, but we work on it quite a bit. And we were prepared. We worked 2-minute drill quite a bit. And I was real happy. That might serve us well down the line when we, next week.
Well, it looked like they're the last play. Just a tiny bit of confusion. I tell you, this is Tyler Nate's first year as a quarterback. He's done a great job. Was it a tiny bit of perhaps inexperience there at the end with the clock ticking down?
I would categorize it as inexperience. He was looking at the 25-second clock, and to him, he had plenty of time. And he just, the main clock is the one of the other end, which he couldn't see. He was facing the goal line going the other way, and just wasn't quite aware as he should have been.
Well, he made a number of plays. Again, a good effort on the part of the defense. As you look at this ball game, 2 or 3 things that you're going to take forward, not only into next week, into the remainder of the season.
Well, I think really I keep coming back to fundamentals. You play good people. You can't trick them all the time. And we had some different sets, and we fooled them a little bit on the first drive, but it comes down to it. You got to block them and finish the blocks. And so that's the main thing for me right now without looking at the film.
All right. We appreciate it, Coach. It was a great ball game, and we look forward to the remainder of the season and on into the playoffs. We may well see these Dragons again.
I hope so. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Coach. That head coach Steve Lineweaver of the Trinity Trojans. A tough ball game tonight, but plenty to learn, and hopefully we will see the Dragons down the road, and the outcome will be much different. Thomas?
Thank you, Bart. Of course, if the Dragons do continue on, their paths will not cross with Trinity, as Carroll will go the Division II route, Trinity will go the Division I, but I think everybody in this stadium would sign up right now if we could relive 2005 when Trinity was the Class 5A Division I champs, Carroll the Class 5A Division II champs. The only thing that would be different in 2014, it would be 6A and not 5A. A lot of football left to be played this season, but everybody here was treated to a wonderful game tonight. We want to thank you guys for listening to us all around the world on Champion Sports Radio. We continue with more of the First Texas Bank post-game show here in a moment. We'll have stats, we'll have highlights, a final check of the scoreboard, all that more. We continue in a moment from Dragon Stadium. Once again, your final score, Carroll 10, Trinity 6. Trojans' first loss of the season. You're listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio.
First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. Need an interest-bearing savings account? Done. Want to deposit a check from your office? No problem. Feel the need to pay a bill at 3 a.m.? We're up for it. No matter what, no matter when, we've got you covered. And that's a promise you can take to us. Bank on us. First Bank Texas. We're here when you need us. Located on the northwest corner of Highway 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Online at go2fbt.com.
In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. In Command Broadcasting provides a wide array of turnkey video production and streaming services. In Command services include filming of sporting events, season highlights, school graduations, corporate infomercials, and documentaries. In Command streams your sporting event or company function over the internet live or on demand. Call 972-851-7888 to raise the energy of your next event. In Command Broadcasting, 972-851-7888.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute. Online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Do you need a boost in exposure? Want to reach local, community-minded folks with information about your business? Join the Champion Sports Radio team and advertise during these games. In the last 4 years, Champion Sports Radio has broadcast over 600 games for more than 3.5 million listeners. And Champion Sports Radio wants to help you use major high school sports to reach thousands of local fans right in your community. It's also a way for your business to give back to the community by helping all these well-deserving student-athletes get some recognition for their accomplishments. The cost simply can't be beat for the effect it will have. You get a lot of bang for your buck, and best of all, it provides an opportunity for the best advertisement of all, word of mouth. To secure your prime commercial spot during the broadcast, contact Thomas Lee at Champion Sports Radio by phone at 972-741-0334. That's 972-741-0334 or online at championsportsradio.com. Champion Sports Radio, your home for championship broadcast.
And welcome back here to Dragon Stadium. 10-6 your final as Carroll knocks off Trinity. Trojans now 7-1 on the season, 3-1 in 7-6A. Meanwhile, the Carroll Dragons, boy, dodge a bullet. 7-0 now, 3-0 in 7-6A. And look to be in the driver's seat as they close out the year at Colleyville Heritage next week before the Dragons host Haltom on Halloween. And then finally, the end of the year closes out at Pennington Field against the Belle Blue Raiders, and they'll be favored in all 3 of those games. But for Trinity, it's going to be difficult again next week as they will have to travel back home, luckily, but they'll take on Coppell, which gave this Carroll bunch everything it could handle and more. But really, truthfully, tonight, really fantastic ball game. Unfortunately, was one play too short, as everybody, at least in this broadcast booth, wanted to see that next play run and an opportunity for the Trojans to try to win the ball game. Wasn't meant to be as time ran out. And at 4th and goal in the 8, and the Trojans never got to run the play. Thomas Lee here with you Champion Sports Radio Cast of Thousands on hand. Special thanks to Bart Castle for his work on the sideline throughout the ball game. Ross Wunderlich, our spotter tonight. We'll hear from the Dr. Alex Sterling here in just a moment with your final game statistics, and Ryan Mueller will be alongside with the final look at the second half highlights. All of that and more here in just a moment. You're listening to the First Texas Bank post-game show, Trinity Trojan football here on Champion Sports Radio. But before all of that, let's get you caught up on action around not only the district, but around North Texas. We take a look at your nightly scoreboard. A lot of big games going on in the district, around North Texas. None bigger than the one we had here tonight. Again, your final 10-6. Carroll with the win over the Trinity Trojans. Elsewhere, in District 7-6A, it's a final from Pennington Field. Colleyville Heritage with the win. They improved to above 500 for the first time this season. 4-3, 2-1 in district competition as they knock over LD Bell. Blue Raiders still looking for their first win of the contest. 45-3, the final in this one. Take a look at the final box score here, and much like you would expect from a rout for the Panthers. 439 yards of offense for Colleyville Heritage, just 114 for LD Bell. Trevor Anderson, 7-14 passing, 125 yards. But DeMarco Corbin was the man on the ground. 9 rushes, 188 yards. Average better than 20 yards per carry. Corbin scoring 3 touchdowns on the night. Justin Toberny with a touchdown run. Jamari Williams with a TD on the ground. Trevor Anderson with a touchdown as well for Heritage. 6 rushing touchdowns in the game. As the Panthers best the Bell Blue Raiders 45-3 at Pennington. Not much of a contest in the other district game tonight. Coppell trying to tune up for their showdown with the Trojans next week. And this ball game was all Cowboys all the time as they get past the Rebels 62-7. Well, hold on the phone. Actually, that game's still going on in the fourth quarter. So Coppell a few minutes away. They lead by 55 points in the fourth quarter. Coppell looking to improve, like Heritage, to 4-3, 2-1 in district play on the season. Richland falls to 2-2 in district, 4-4 on the year. Now a half game behind both Heritage and Coppell, trying to get into the postseason out of District 7-6A. Other scores from around the Metroplex. District 4-6A, Lamar leading by 30 over the Arlington Colts. 51-21, the score there late in the fourth quarter at Cravens Field. At Farrington Field in Fort Worth, Sam Houston has 75 points on the scoreboard, and it's not over. Sam Houston 75, Pascal 19, and it's a final. Martin over Bowie 33-21. 5-6A scores passed along to you. All finals. Geyer over Keller Central 56-27. Northwest with a 2-point win against School District ISD rival Byron Nelson. 38-36 the final on that one. And Keller outlasts Timber Creek 21-6. Final there in 5-6A play. Hebron Hawks look to be moments away from their first win of the season. And I think they've done it. 37-27, I think, is the final in this one. As Coach Brazel and the Hawks get their first win of the season over former defensive coordinator Dane Johnson, now the head coach at Flower Mound High. 37-27, as I think it has just gone final. Meanwhile, Marcus knocks off Plano East 31-12, and Plano West all over Louisville 55-22. Both of those finals in 6-6A. 8-6A action. Cedar Hill knocks off Grand Prairie by 35. 42-7 Longhorns stampede past the Gophers. DeSoto leading the Warriors of South Grand Prairie 41-10 late fourth quarter. Also in the fourth, Midlothian has come back to take a lead. They've got a 5-point lead on Duncanville. A Duncanville loss paves the way to DeSoto going into the Division I bracket. And that is not what Trojan fans want to hear. They would be happy to send the Eagles the Dragons' way in the Division II bracket. But some time left in the fourth quarter. Midlow up 47-42 on Duncanville. 9-6A Irving with a 27-14 win over R.L. Turner. MacArthur shuts out Sunset 69-0. Jesuit all over Nimitz. The Vikings fall 51-27. 10-6A action. Highland Park bounces back with a win 34-7 over Lake Highlands. Mesquite Horn leading Richardson at last report. Try to find a final on that one before we leave you here tonight. Richardson Pierce, meanwhile. Mustangs with a 10-point win over North Mesquite. So Mustangs on top of the Stallions 31-21. And the Skeeters sting the Berkner Rams 28-7 tonight. Mesquite with a big district win to get off the schneid. Fourth quarter score in 11-6A. Lakeview Centennial with a 13-point lead over Namath Forest 30-17. Class 5A action. Lone Star over Heritage 52-27 final there. The Colony gets past Liberty 19-11. And a great ball game at Toyota Stadium. Wakeland with a 42-41 win over the Centennial Titans. 10-5A action. Lovejoy 56-28 winners over Wiley East tonight. Lovejoy Leopards still leading in the fourth quarter over the Wiley East Raiders. 56-28 the score in that one. McKinney falls to McKinney North 28-16 at Ron Poe Stadium. And Wiley whitewashes Prosper 44-8. Pirates trying to milk the win at home tonight. 11-5A Newman Smith all over North Dallas. 63-9 the final there at Franklin Stadium. 12-5A scores and pass along to you. Poteet rocks Royce City 55-14. Rockwall Heath with the win over West Mesquite 21-13. Heath, of course, falling to Trinity earlier in the season at AT&T Stadium by a score of 17-14. 14-5A action. Summit with the win over Seguin 36-14. Legacy trailing Lancaster in the fourth. Lancaster 55-40 lead. Lake Ridge all over Red Oak 51-14. And Timberview with the win over Waxahachie down in the land of the Indians 57-27 the final there. 16-5A Innis with a 3-point win over state-ranked number 5 team John Tyler. Big win in Class 5A for the Innis Lions as they continue their resurgence after a tough start to the season. And that'll do it for your check of the Whirly Ball HEB scoreboard. Once again, your final here 10-6. The Dragons come from behind, snatch the victory from the jaws of defeat against the Trinity Trojans. Step aside for a break. We'll come back. Final stats, final highlights, all that and more. We continue in a moment. You listen to the First Texas Bank post-game show. Trojans fall tonight 10-6 to the Dragons. Trinity Trojan football continues in a moment right here on Champion Sports Radio.
What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 Trauma Center in Northeast Tarrant County. Along with our Cycle 4 chest pain accreditation and Cycle 1 heart failure accreditation, that means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. With 24-hour emergency physicians and highly trained nurses with advanced trauma certifications. When every second counts, nothing matters more. TexasHealth.org/HEB.
Stay up on all the latest news about the teams you care about and know when your favorite games are on the air thanks to Champion Sports Radio social media. Either follow @Champion Sports on Twitter or like our Facebook page at facebook.com/ChampionSportsRadio, and you will know what time your game starts, who was named Player of the Week, or what your school's alumni are doing in college. That's on Twitter @Champion Sports and Facebook.com/ChampionSportsRadio, your home for championship social media.
There's a time and a place for everything.
As you'll see, projections for the next quarter are...
He shoots, he scores! 2 points for team middle management.
The office is not one of them.
Jack, can I see you in my office?
No pouting, it's your ball. Let's see what you got.
But Whirly Ball is. For corporate events, team building, and private parties, Whirly Ball in Hurst and Plano is electric fun. Test your skills on the arcade games. Zip around in your Whirly Bug for a Whirly Ball competition. Or play the most affordable laser tag in the city. Learn more at whirlyball.info.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Welcome back here to Dragon Stadium. Once again, your final score 10-6. Carroll with the win over Trinity. And the showdown of Titans. And unfortunately for Trojan fans, this one does not go Trinity's way. They fall to 7-1 on the year, 3-1 in District 7 6A competition. Meanwhile, the Dragons improved to 7-0, 3-0, and one real test left in the regular season for Southlake Carroll. That's next week. They travel, I can say across the street because I can actually see Mustang Panther Stadium from where we're sitting right here, right across Highway 26. But that's where they're going to be, taking on Colleyville Heritage. Heritage trying to cement a playoff spot. They've got a 2-1 district record with the win tonight, 4-3 overall, and that will be the last challenge for the Carroll Dragons as the last 2 games of the year come against winless Haltom and winless LD Bell before the playoffs begin the weekend of November 14th and 15th. Thomas Lee here with you in the press box. Time now to bring in the Dr. Alex Sterling for your final game statistics. And I don't think we had 1,100 yards of offense in this one. This was the exact opposite of what we had some 10 months ago at AT&T Stadium in that dramatic victory for the Trojans. And when they beat Carroll 42-38. Tonight, though, it goes the way of the Dragons in a defensive struggle.
Thanks, Thomas. Virtually identical stats. It just shows the difference of what a touchdown versus field goals will get you in the game. Let's go team stats here first for Southlake. 19 first downs in the game, 102 yards rushing, 172 passing, 274 yards of offense. Had the 1 interception for their lone turnover, 3 penalties for 12 yards, 26 minutes, 27 seconds. Time of possession for the Dragons. For Trinity, 11 first downs in the game, 219 yards rushing, 63 passing, 282 yards of offense. They had an interception as well for their lone turnover. 5 penalties, 37 yards, 21 minutes, 33 seconds, time of possession for the Trojans. Look at individuals for Southlake. Quarterback Ryan Agnew, 19 to 27 passing, 172 yards and an interception. Parker Finch was the leading receiver, 6 catches, 78 yards. Tariq Gordon, 3 catches, 46 yards, contributing in the receiving corps for the Dragons. Lil Jordan Humphrey, we mentioned he had 27 yards in the first half, ends up with 105 on 27 carries with that rushing touchdown on 4th down. For Trinity, quarterback Tyler Nate, 5 of 11 passing, 63 yards and an interception. Also had, cannot completely give him his total due here, 64 yards rushing on 9 carries. Devin Abdullah, the leading receiver, had the 1 catch for 33 yards. Marquise McCray had the most catches. He had 3 for 20. Also had 59 yards rushing on the jet sweep for Trinity. I think they've found something there that they'll continue to use moving forward with McCray. And J-Ron Wilson, 15 carries, 89 yards tonight. Tough Trinity loss. Let's see. And Coach Lineweaver, I know he was disappointed, but like we've said tonight, they get to play next week. It's not a playoff loss. And a historical fact that I made a buddy of mine happy when I told him this because he was disappointed in the stands. Trinity is not one state undefeated. So historical note for you Trinity fans that a loss is okay and you can still win state.
I think it's a great show, and thank you, Doctor, for your excellent work tonight. But that just shows you what you have to overcome to win in this state. And the fact that, we've talked about it many times, that there possibly could be 2 champions out of the same district. I think that's absolutely appropriate here in 7-6A, as both Carroll and Trinity have excellent chances to run the table from here to December. And hopefully we have a doubleheader of 7-6A action at AT&T Stadium on the Saturday before Christmas. Time now to walk through the second half. Recap and highlights. Here's Ryan Mueller.
Thank you, Thomas. If you remember at the beginning of the game, Trinity won the toss. They elected to receive. So that means Carroll starts out with the football, and they have it their 6th series of the contest. And I should point out that the series to end the first half, 15 plays, 4 first downs, and it resulted in the field goal that made it 6-3. So the Dragons hoping that they can start the second half the way they ended the first. 10 plays, 2 first downs. They do move the ball 32 yards and take 3.5 minutes off the clock, but force the punt as Trinity's defense stops Agnew and company. So the first drive for the Trojans of the second half start out on their own 20, 5 plays, move the ball 34 yards, but they have to punt as well. So it goes back to the Dragons, their 7th series, and it's a great punt by the signal caller for the Trinity Trojans, Tyler Nate, as he punts it all the way down, gets a good roll, and it falls at the Dragon 1-yard line. So they got to dig themselves out of a hole. Own 1-yard line, 11 plays, 2 first downs. They do move the ball 66 yards. Second longest drive of the game, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. And when it's all said and done, it was a turnover on downs. Nice job by the Trinity defense to stop the quarterback of the Dragons. 7th series now for the Trojans. Their own 31-yard line, a 3-and-out. They lose 4 yards, so it goes right back to Carroll. 8th series now, their own 45-yard line. Their best field position of the night thus far. 14 plays, a first down, 55 yards, 6 minutes and 39 seconds come off the clock. They've been looking for pay dirt all game, and they finally get it here.
4th down and goal from the 2, and the Dragon offense is back on the field. Full house. Agnew in a pistol formation with Humphrey behind him. Snap back, handoff Humphrey right up the middle, tries to leap, dive towards the goal line, and he's in for a touchdown. 2-yard touchdown run for little Jordan Humphrey, the first touchdown of the ball game for either team. And the Dragons take their first lead of the contest with 5:16 left to go here in the 4th quarter.
And so there you have it, the 2-yard touchdown by Humphrey, and the Dragons take the lead for the first time in the ball game, 10-6.
You have to remember, though, going back to that sequence, it was 4th down and 3 and an offside call whenever the Dragons had lined up for a 20-yard field goal attempt. After they go half the distance on the offsides, Hal Wasson calls a timeout. That's when he sends the Dragon offense back out there, and Humphrey gets it by maybe half of football, and that's about it. Great job by the interior of the defensive line of the Trojans to try to slam the door shut. But unfortunately, with the offside call, that took it from a field goal attempt to the Dragons believing they could score a touchdown. They, in fact, did score a touchdown. And you look back at a 10-6 ball game, if they put up the field goal, try and even make it, then maybe down the stretch there, you're running on the field goal unit for Trinity, just like Carroll did at the end of the first half, looking for the win and not trying to punch it in for a touchdown. And the complexion of the game totally changes. So a gutsy roll of the dice for Hal Wasson. But again, it's a district ball game. It's not a playoff elimination game. Both these two teams are headed to postseason play. They're not going to face each other in the playoffs. And so I think it's going to be a tremendous morale boost for the Dragons that Hal Wasson sent them back out there to pick up that short yardage situation, something that he can point back to down the stretch and maybe in a playoff run.
So after the touchdown, Trinity gets the ball back, and as you said, obviously Dragons have some momentum there. 8th series, their own 29-yard line, 5 plays, 18 yards. Starting to see the Trojans pick things up. They're getting success on the ground, and Tyler Nate drops back to pass, and here come the Dragons.
2 receivers wide to the right. McCray slot right. Reynolds wide right. Shotgun set for Nate on 3rd and 9. They're going to roll the pocket right, looking downfield, steps and fires, and there's contact, and the ball is intercepted. Dragons pick it off. Kevin Kramer with the INT. Southlake has it. 1st and 10 on their own 45 with 3 minutes remaining here in the fourth quarter.
And so after the interception, clearly the Dragons have some momentum after the touchdown and the pick. They get the ball right back. 9th series now, their own 45-yard line. And how about that Trinity defense? They force a 3 and out. Unbelievable effort there, and the punt goes right back to the Trinity Trojans, and they have one final drive here, trailing 10-6 to try to make things happen. Apologize, technical difficulties. 9 plays, 74 yards, 2 minutes and 27 seconds of drive time there, and they get close enough and try to punch it in, and here's how the final play goes.
The ball game comes down to this. I remember on this field, the Trojans winning on the final play of the game in the 3rd round against the Coppell Cowboys back in 2010. Can they do it again? Clock down to 5, to 4, to 3. Nate waiting for the snap to 2 to 1, and they didn't get the snap off. The Dragons win it. Fourth and goal from the 9. And Trinity couldn't get the final play off before the gun sounds. And the Carroll Dragons hang on. And a come-from-behind victory hand the Trojans their first loss of 2014.
And so that, unfortunately, is how things come to a close, as Tyler Nate, as Coach Lineweaver pointed out, was probably looking at the play clock and didn't have any idea because he couldn't see the game clock, and unfortunately time ran out on the Trojans.
So for folks out there who like things like being on the all-time lists and all sorts of things like that, you're not going to like this next piece of news. The Trojans, coming into tonight, had won 62 consecutive district victories. 62 straight, spanning more than 10 years. And tonight it comes to an end at the hands of the Carroll Dragons when they had a shot 4th and goal from the 8 and couldn't get the playoff before 000 hit the clock. Those 62 consecutive district wins places them 2nd all-time. And now I have the dubious honor of being on the broadcast crew for the team when the district streak has ended. The number 1 all-time streak, Austin Westlake, losing on the road, much like this game here against the Hayes Rebels, snapping their streak at 71 games. Tonight's 62 consecutive wins snapped by the Carroll Dragons. But I'm sure I speak for Coach Lineweaver, the Trojans, my broadcast partner last November in Pete Nielsen, I think everybody for the Trojans would trade this win for the one that they had last November at AT&T Stadium for sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, again, it's a tough pill to swallow because you had it right there, final play, and couldn't even get it off. So I think it's one of those anticlimactic moments. And Coach Lineweaver knows it, and, he's at least he was in good spirits and said, hey, this is a great ball game. We were privileged to be a part of it, and our guys aren't going to hang their heads. They're going to come back next week, and they're going to try to blow the doors off.
Time now to hand out some game balls in this one. We'll do it for both sides because this game really was a classic. As much as the 42-38 Trojan win was a special ball game last November for the offensive fans out there, tonight, down and dirty defensive ball game, surprisingly won by Carroll, just like the offensive slugfest, surprisingly won by Trinity. But let's start off with the Carroll Dragons on offense, and a game ball could go to a couple of different guys, and I'm going to go ahead and give mine to Ryan Agnew. The young man had been hit several times, was limping around the field, particularly in the fourth quarter, but still was the captain on the field for the Dragon offense to lead them down for the victory. Ryan?
I agree with you. I'm going to give it to little Jordan Humphrey because I feel like, that final drive, not final, but the drive that they scored the touchdown, he was a key part of that. They needed to get pay dirt, and they finally got it, so he's my player of the game.
Defensively for the Dragons, the man that I think I call his name more than any others, and heck, maybe more than everybody else combined, is Andy Chelf. This senior was absolutely sensational and gave up his body. And tonight, his performance against the pounding, particularly giving up more than 50 yards to Tyler Nate. But how many times Chelf threw himself in the way of Nate? It brought back a memory from many years ago. I think it was 2001 in the state championship game that Houston Street came up with 20 tackles for Westlake of Midland Lee and Cedric Benson. I even interviewed Houston after the ball game, and he said, I didn't actually tackle him. I just happened to get in his way, and he ran over me 20 times, and it hurt. He goes, but that was the final ball game. Houston Street, the future all-star pitcher in the Major League Baseball all-star team from a couple of years ago. That's the last time that he played football. It's a game he's always going to remember. For Chelf, meanwhile, though, I love the way he throws himself in at every opportunity and really made things difficult for Trinity throughout the night.
Yeah, honorable mention to King Newton, though, because he was going up against that vaunted offensive line for Trinity. He was right in the middle of everything, and he seemed to have some impact plays. But I do have to agree with you, Thomas. It was Chelf because they needed help. The secondary had to come up and try to plug up holes, and he did a great job tonight.
Let's go to the Trinity Trojan offense. I'll let you go first.
Well, a couple of different guys come to my mind. Marquise McCray had his fingerprints all over the contest. A couple of nice runs from J-Ron Wilson, but I think it's Tyler Nate. Even though he couldn't get the playoff at the very end of the ball game, he took a pounding tonight. He made throws when he had to. He took off when he had to. I think he did a nice job controlling the game.
I concur. Tyler Nate was really exceptional because tonight the Trojans did not have their customary 3, 4, 5 yards to be able to run past the line of scrimmage before contact. There were a lot of decisions that had to be made quickly. Nate made them both in the zone read game and also with his arm. Very impressed with what he was able to do to guide the 2-minute 40-second offense down the field and give the Trojans a chance to try to get the win down at the final play. Tyler Nate, our offensive player of the game for the Trojans, and defensively for Trinity.
Tough call. I've got two guys in mind, but I think I'm going to go with Anthony Famu. We talked about the type of pressure that was all over Ryan Agnew. I think he was the guy that really started and the catalyst up front to make sure that Agnew felt hurried throughout the game, even when there wasn't pressure. So my game ball goes to Famu.
Honorable mention to Tibanaliahi. Those two defensive ends really controlled the line of scrimmage and made things difficult. For a Carroll offense that was averaging over 40 points a contest to get lucky, and I will say lucky, without an offside call, they only score 6, and we're probably still playing. But an unbelievable job to rally, control the line of scrimmage for the Trojans with the injuries on the inside. Also, Jalen Bevel needs to get in that conversation. Daniels went out. Finau went out. I mean, they were rotating guys in who normally don't get a lot of snaps. So the Trojan defensive line and their depth really showing themselves in this contest, and I think that's really going to help Trinity as they try to make a run to a 4th championship.
I also think the other guy I was thinking of, Thomas, was Matt Munoz, because he played shutdown corner on one of the tougher guys that you have to do that against, and that was Parker Fentress. So nice job by him.
I really do pride myself on not comparing high school kids to NFL players, but the play he made in the end zone, there was nothing else I could think of but Sherman in the championship game knocking the ball away from Crabtree. I mean, it was exactly like that. So hopefully that painted a picture in your mind. I'm not trying to compare Matt Munoz to Richard Sherman by any stretch of the imagination. Matt may turn into be a fantastic player, but yeah, that was a wonderful heads-up play, rallying back to the ball and deflecting it at the last second when I thought all hope was lost. Great play by Munoz to really to keep Carroll off the scoreboard until the final seconds of the first half. Final thoughts, partner?
It was one heck of a ball game. You and I coming into the stadium tonight, I know that all week we were talking about this contest, that it was going to be one for the ages, and I think it did live up to the hype, and it was good to see, instead of, like you said, the 42-38 score, it was a lot more of the defenses coming together and basically showing, strutting their stuff, and instead of seeing a lot of the high-flying offense tonight.
Great effort by both sides for sure, and who knows, maybe we will see a Trinity Carroll doubleheader at AT&T Stadium in the second to last, or actually the last Saturday of December before Christmas. That would, of course, be the Class 6A Division I, Class 6A Division II championship games. Wouldn't that be a lot of fun? And wouldn't you know that the 7-6A faithful would show up strong to support both area favorites, Carroll and Trinity. Doc, final thoughts from you?
It was everything we thought it was. This stadium was packed, and it was loud. It was exactly what high school football should be. Coach Leimer mentioned it. It was a heavyweight fight. These are two, it wouldn't, like how we keep talking about the state championship, it would not shock me if both teams are there. Trinity played played great defense, unlucky with the clock, but hey, you move on to next week, you got a tough game against Coppell, and I think that will show, kind of refresh everybody's mind here, say, okay, we still got another game here against a quality team. We got to go take care of business because we're going to see teams like this in the playoffs. And for Trinity, they ran this gauntlet of teams here. You mentioned it earlier. A perennial state champion in Oklahoma, a perennial state champion in Maryland. Playing Carroll, they're battle tested. They're ready to go. But Coach Leimer had a great point. This is what game they needed to play that will prepare them in November. They can look back and go, you know what? We've been here before. Let's go finish the job this time.
And I think, Doc, you had maybe the best line of the night when you mentioned that in 2005, 2007, 2009, 3 years that Trinity won a state championship, none of them were the Trojans undefeated. This is probably the one game on your schedule, a road game against a top 3 team in the state, that you could say, okay, if we take a loss there and that propels us to a championship, if the Trojans learn enough from this game to carry us to that 4th title, it'll all be worth it. Of course, I'm now looking forward to the return engagement next year at Pennington Field when the Trojans are going to get the Dragons in their part of town, see what they can put on display. A lot of work to be done, though, before we get to that point. Trinity Trojans are on Champion Sports Radio. This broadcast of the Hurst-Euless-Bedford Independent School District is sponsored by the following. Texas Health HEB. What does a Level 3 Trauma Center mean in an emergency? Everything. And Texas Health HEB is the only Level 3 trauma center in Northeast Tarrant County. That means an exceptional level of care is close by when you need it most. When every second counts, nothing matters more. Online at texashealth.org/HEB. By First Bank Texas, ready when you need them with products and services designed to make your banking life as stress-free as possible. No matter what, no matter when, they've got you covered. First Bank Texas, located in the northwest corner of 183 and FM 157. Member FDIC and equal housing opportunity lender. Online at go2fbt.com. By Whirly Ball HEB in the northeast corner of Harwood and Norwood. Life's more fun when you're zipping around in a whirly bug. Leagues are forming right now, so visit them online at whirlyball.info. By In Command Broadcasting, a sports TV broadcasting and marketing company. Give them a call, 972-851-7888, or visit them, incommandbroadcasting.com, for more information on how they can help you with your next event. By Point of Origin Design, a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. Online at pointoforigindesign.com. By ShockboxDFW.com. Be warned instantly when a player has experienced a head impact that could result in a concussion. Visit ShockboxDFW.com today. And the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra, and the new GDYO Jazz Institute. Enjoy a cultural experience with your family without breaking the bank. Online at gdyo.org. Trinity Trojan Football is a presentation of Champion Sports Radio. On Twitter at Champion Sports, Facebook.com/Champion Sports Radio, and online at ChampionSportsRadio.com. It's been a great ball game here tonight, folks. We're so glad you have tuned in and joined us for the contest. And that'll do it. Special thanks to our broadcast crew on site here tonight at Dragon Stadium, bringing you all the action. I'd like to give special thanks down to the sideline to Bart Castle, doing an excellent job patrolling the sidelines. To my spotter tonight, Ross Wunderlich. To your statistician, the doctor, Alex Sterling. And your color analyst, Ryan Mueller. For all of us, my name is Thomas Lee. Thanks so much for listening to Trinity Trojan Football on Champion Sports Radio. Trojans fall tonight 10-6 to the Carroll Dragons. Trinity begins their march to the state championship and hopefully an undefeated run to 2014 next week versus the Coppell Cowboys. For all of us at Champion Sports Radio, thanks so much for tuning in. And we look forward to seeing you next time. Enjoy your weekend, folks. We'll see you later right here on Champion Sports Radio.